The Sweets of Doom by Wendy Meadows. Narrated by Lily Jane. Chapter 1. I amble through the storeroom of my candy store, basking in the afterglow of another successful day. I don't really need to stick around so long after closing for the night, but for some reason, I just can't bring myself to leave. I trail my fingertips over the shelves. The names on the boxes speak volumes to me. O. Henry, Payday, Necco Wafers, Blow Pops. I know every brand of candy in this store. I stop in the middle of the room to take one last look around. Then I wander out to the front counter. A single blazing orange street lamp outside reflects off the glass jars loaded with sweets that line the shelves all the way to the ceiling. This is my store. This is all mine. This is my inventory. I built this shop and made it what it is, and I'm proud of it. Every evening before I lock up and go home, I take a few minutes to just stand and admire this accomplishment of mine. I did this, so I must be something pretty amazing. Pathetic morons who shall remain unnamed told me I couldn't do it. Well, just hear me roar. I could do this and a lot more besides. Standing here looking around makes me feel like $1,000,000. Can you blame me for lagging? My phone buzzes in my pocket. I have to squint at the screen in the dark before I turn down the brightness. Where are you, Mom? You should have been home by now. I bite back a grin. Good old Zach, always making sure I'm okay. He doesn't know about my secret late-night confidence-boosting sessions after I close the store for the day. I'm on my way now. Send. I guess I shouldn't hang around any longer. I lock the front door from the inside and go through the storeroom to the back door. I lock that, too, before stepping onto the street. The town of West End slumbers in darkness. No lights shine from any windows along Main Street. I have the place to myself. A late summer mist drifts off the Atlantic. It creeps between the hills and gives the landscape a mysterious aspect. A shiver runs up my spine, but I shrug it away. I can't start imagining things, or I'll scare myself out of my skin. I set off down the street, but when I step off the sidewalk, a scrap of paper blows against my leg. The wind plasters it there. I grab it to toss it away, when my eye falls on the writing. Curly copperplate script swoops across the sheet. When was the last time I saw writing like that? Handwriting is a lost art. Surely this is something made by a computer. No, someone actually wrote this by hand. By peering close under the street lamp, I can just make out a few mistakes and jitters where the pen caught against the paper. Then I read the words. Exotic flowers fill my veins. Demons grasp and pull the reins. Hear the silence as my last breath escapes. See the pentagram take shape. That is definitely weird. It doesn't make any sense, and it sounds like some kind of magical spell. My phone vibrates again. I fumble getting it out of my pocket and drop it on the pavement. I gasp in horror, but the fall doesn't damage the screen, thank goodness. Where are you, Mom? Don't make me call the fire department. I crack a grin and start walking. I struggle to get my phone into my pocket without letting go of the paper. By the time I get the phone stowed, I've entered my neighborhood. It's too dark to look at the paper anymore, so I wait until I get to my house. Once inside, I unwind my scarf and hang it and my coat by the door. Then I inspect the paper again. That rhyme sends another shiver up my spine. Who would go to the trouble of writing something like that in fancy italic script? And why was it blowing around on the street? Zach bustles in from the kitchen. "Where have you been? I almost called the police on you." "I'm fine. Take a look at what I just found." "I'm talking to you, Mom," he snaps. "What took you so long? I was starting to get worried. I don't like you walking home in the dark." I look up at him, the poem forgotten. "You have nothing to worry about. I always walked home before. It's no different now." "It's dark now," he points out. "With the seasons changing and the weather getting cold, it's not as safe. What if something happened to you?" "I'll be fine. I think I can handle walking home from the store." I head for the living room, but he stops me. "Hold it. I want to know what held you up today. You're not doing a very good job of putting my mind to rest." I start to break away again, but when I see the expression on his face, I pause. "All right. I didn't want to tell you because I was embarrassed. I was just standing around the store looking at everything and feeling proud of myself. That's all. I know it's stupid and you're going to laugh at me, but that's just the way I am. I like to look at everything and think about how much I accomplished moving up here. That's all." He frowns. "Are you sure?" "Yeah, that's all there is to it." "Oh." His countenance clears. "All right, then." I gape at him. "What? You're not going to make any sarcastic remarks? You're not going to tell me to pull my head out of the clouds?" "Why should I?" he asks. "You have every right to stand around the store and feel proud of your accomplishments. I approve." He turns to leave, and now it's my turn to stop him. "Hold it, you. You're seriously not going to scold me for frivolously wasting my time when I could be coming home to you?" He rolls his eyes heavenward. "No, Mom. You can spend all the time you want admiring your precious candy store. I'm glad you're doing it. You need to build your confidence, and if that's the way you're doing it, you have my stamp of approval. I thought you were doing something else." I frown. "Like what? What did you think I was really doing?" He shrugs and sidles away, but I refuse to let him go. "Did you think I was hanging out with Detective Graham or something?" "Really, Mom?" he fires back. "You know I would approve if you were. I thought you were... Well, I don't know what I thought. I didn't like to speculate, but when you kept being consistently late getting home, my mind started to play tricks on me. I imagined all sorts of horrible things I would rather not repeat. I'm glad it was only that." I let him go. "All right, let's forget it." He nods down at my hand. "What's that?" I wave the paper. "Oh, it's just something I found on the ground outside the candy store. It's nothing." "It must be something if you brought it home with you. Let me see it." All at once, I get shy about the note. I want to hide it from him. "It's nothing. Let's forget it. It's trash. I'll go throw it away." He freezes, and his lips thin before he speaks. He drops his voice to a rumble I've never heard before. "Let me see it, Mom." I hand it over like the meek little lamb I am. He scowls over it and reads the rhyme. "What the crap is this?" "How should I know?" I reply. "Maybe it's some kid's idea of a joke." "It sounds like an incantation or something." "How could it be an incantation?" I return. "No one messes around with that stuff." "Sure they do," he counters. "Maybe it came from a local witches' coven, or a demon-worshipping cult or something." I snort with laughter. In West End? Come on, you know nothing like that ever happens around here. Everyone is in bed by 8 o'clock. There could still be witches, he replies. They could be dangerous. Even if they are, they have nothing to do with us. You said you found this outside the candy store, he reminds me. How do you know someone isn't trying to put a hex on you? I smack my lips in annoyance. It was on the ground, not stuck to the door. No one is trying to put a hex on me, Zachary. Who could possibly want to do something like that? I don't know. Maybe one of the people you put in jail for murder. I pluck the sheet out of his hand. I doubt it. West End is a sleepy little seaside town. There couldn't be a coven or a cult here. I wander into the living room and sit down on the couch, but I can't stop my eyes migrating back to the paper. It really is an unusual rhyme. It sparks my curiosity. Who would write something like this? No kid would write copperplate script like that for a joke. I don't even know of any kids who are into that sort of thing. So, if it wasn't a kid, it must be an adult. So why would an adult write it? The words sound more ominous and threatening each time I reread them. Exotic flowers fill my veins. Demons grasp and pull the reins. Hear the silence as my last breath escapes. See the pentagram take shape. It sounds like someone dying. Why? Zach startles me out of my thoughts. What's on your mind, Mom? I shrug. I don't want to admit to him, or to myself for that matter, that the note intrigues me enough to give it a second thought. If someone wrote this note, how did it wind up outside the candy store? I run through the adjacent businesses. I know all the shopkeepers in person. None of them would have written this note. Come to think of it, I don't know anyone in this town who would get mixed up in something like this. One thing is certain. Whoever wrote this was serious about it. They went to a lot of trouble to write it in the nicest script possible. They might even have practiced the script for years to get this good at it. Why would they do that without some good reason? Zach interrupts my train of thought again. Smoke is billowing out of your ears, Mom. You better come eat dinner before you burst into flames. I laugh and stuff the note into my pocket on my way to the dining room. When I get there, my eyes nearly fall out of my head. A large beef roast, browned to a succulent crisp, rests on a platter. A mound of mashed potatoes, a dish of steaming string beans, and a bowl of tossed salad complete the picture. 2 burning candles shine on the cutlery and the folded cloth napkins. I gasp out loud. What is this? Zach beams at me. I wanted to surprise you. I stare at him in amazement. How did you do all this? I never thought you would graduate from macaroni and cheese. He pulls my chair out for me. Some of us have better things to do than stand around and admire a bunch of candy jars. He scoots my chair in and takes the one opposite me. I can't believe my eyes when he takes up the carving knife and starts carving the roast. I feel like I'm on a date at Buckingham Palace. You should be so lucky. He serves me the meat and a dollop of potatoes before he sits down. He lays his napkin in his lap. I take extra care of my manners tonight, I can tell you. I keep casting anxious glances at him to make sure I'm doing everything right. He puts a piece of roast in his mouth and chews it while he eyes me between the candlesticks. I fidget at first. Then I decide to take the bull by the horns. Now it's you that has smoke billowing out of your ears. Spill it, kid. He tries to shrug it away. Then he faces me. I'm worried about you. I groan out loud. Not again. Just hear me out. Some creep wrote that note, and they obviously didn't mean anything good by it. Somehow, by means we don't understand, it winds up outside the candy store. How could it get there unless they meant the note for you? That's ridiculous, I fire back. The wind blew it there. You don't know that it wasn't meant for you, he argues. I don't want to take any chances with your safety. So what are you saying? I ask. You think someone wrote it to threaten me? Why would they do that? I'm not saying that, he replies. I'm saying I would like to take precautions just in case. Even if the note wasn't intended for you, it means some creep is lurking around this town, and I'd rather not have you walking home alone after dark until we know for certain. I try to laugh it off, but his tone makes my skin crawl. You're really on edge about me walking home after dark, aren't you? Yes, I am. I was on edge about it before, and now this note makes me doubly so. I want to ask Detective Graham to walk you home from now on. I hold up my hand. Now hold on there, mister. You don't need to go roping him into this. He's a busy man, and he's an officer of the law. He's got better things to do than walk old ladies home after dark. Zach suppresses a smile and shakes his head. Let's just ask him. We'll show him the note. If he thinks it's nothing, we haven't lost anything. If he thinks it is something, who better to walk you home than him? Chapter 2. This is really silly. You know that, don't you? Zach doesn't look up from his phone. Let's just ask him what he thinks. It can't do any harm. He continues tapping at the screen while I pace around the room. I don't want to consult Detective David Graham about the note. I want to forget it. Zach slides his phone into his pocket. He's on his way over. Now I really have something to worry about. I try to keep myself occupied cleaning up the kitchen after dinner, but that doesn't help much. I nearly have a heart attack when a loud knock rattles the whole house. Zach opens the door and lets David in. David glances back and forth between us. Now what's this all about? Zach waves to me, and I hand over the note. David reads it and frowns. Where did this come from? Go on, Zach prompts. Tell him. I found it outside the candy store. David's eyebrows fly up. Is that so? It wasn't left for me or anything. I go on. The wind blew it against my leg. We don't know how it got there, Zach says. It could have been taped to your door and the wind blew it off. Oh, come on, Zachary, I chide. Now you're making things up. He turns to David. Look, all I'm saying is I don't really like Mom walking home from the store alone after dark. There's obviously some nutcase on the loose writing this crazy stuff. I would really appreciate if you would walk her home for the next few weeks, just to put my mind at ease. Of course, David replies. I'd be happy to. Hold up, folks, I exclaim. Don't I get any say in this? David bestows an innocent smile on me. What possible reason could you have to object? Don't tell me you don't want to be seen walking around town with me after dark. Zach bursts out laughing, but when I glare at him, he swallows it in a hurry. I round on David. It's not that. You know I'd be happy to walk home with you after dark. It's just that...
Wonderful, he interrupts. Then it's all settled. I'll see you tomorrow at 7:30.
Wait a second, I blurt out. I catch a glimpse of Zach grinning with all his pearly white teeth showing. David regards me with the patience of a saint. I splutter, looking back and forth between these two. They conspired together to hem me in, and now they're backing me into a corner with my own stupid note. Just then, David's phone chimes. He takes it out and scowls at the screen. What is it? I asked.
I have to go. One of the patrol guys is out sick, and I have to cover the station in case any calls come in. I'll see you tomorrow night.
He kisses me on the cheek.
Thanks for telling me, Zach. Let me know if anything else comes up. Thanks for coming by.
Zach escorts David to the door and holds it open for him. David steps out onto the porch. Through the open door, I catch sight of flashing blue and red lights. I peer around David's shoulder to the street. What's going on? David swivels sideways, and we all stare as a squad car purrs into the neighborhood. It parks in front of the house down the block.
That's Allie and Roger Callahan's old house, isn't it? Zach asks.
It's been empty for months, I reply, but a new family just moved in. We haven't even met them yet.
Something's up, David murmurs. I better go see.
Can I come? I offer. His eyebrows twitch.
I don't think so. Stay put and leave it to the cops.
Just then, a white van rolls to a stop in front of the same house. We all read the black lettering on the side. Forensics team.
Something is definitely up, Zach remarks. It doesn't look good. Stay here, David snaps, and sets off across the street.
I hang around on the porch. My feet itch to get over there and find out what's happening. In a few minutes, floodlights blaze all over the yard. The police set up a cordon around the property, and the forensics team troops in and out, doing their thing. While I watch, Kyle Davidson pokes his head out of his house. He saunters onto the sidewalk and meanders along it a short way. He stops next to the cordon to watch the goings-on. Seeing that gives me the impetus I need. I jump off the porch and cross to his side. Do you know what's going on?
I have no idea, he replies. I saw the lights through my window. Do you?
I shake my head. We just came out on the porch and saw the cop car pull up. I hope it's nothing serious.
It must be, Kyle points out. They wouldn't call out the forensics team if it wasn't serious.
I wonder what happened, I say. The new people just moved in last week. I don't know anything about them.
It's a single dad and one teenage son, Kyle tells me. That's all I know. The dad waved to me day before yesterday when they were moving some stuff in. That's all I know. I haven't seen them since.
I go back to looking at the house. One of the forensics guys passes close to me. I see my chance and call out, "Excuse me, could you tell us what's going on in there?" A thunderous voice startles me into spinning around.
Don't tell her anything.
I look up. David towers on the house steps and glares down at me.
I told you to stay put.
Can't you at least tell us what's going on? I ask. You can't expect us to just ignore all this activity. We're going to find out sooner or later. Why not just tell us? He throws up his hands.
I really ought to have you locked up as a public menace every time something like this happens. I swear, Margaret.
Every time something like what happens? I interject. Don't tell me someone is dead in there. His chin falls on his chest.
Why do I even try to fight it? Yes, someone is dead in there. The man who bought Allie and Roger's old house is dead, okay? Now, will you please go back inside?
Kyle looks shocked at the news. Nevertheless, he does what the detective said and returns to his own house. I wait until he leaves before I lower my voice to a confidential murmur. Let me help you, please. We've been through this before, and you said I was good at this sort of thing. At least tell me what happened. David blows out his cheeks.
I might as well. You're going to get involved in this no matter what I say. Heck, you might be involved already after finding that note. It said something about a pentagram, didn't it?
I stiffen. What do you mean? What does the note have to do with anything? Looking resigned, he inclines his head toward the front door.
Come inside and you'll see.
I tag after him into the house and stop dead inside the threshold. I can't stop staring at everything with my mouth open. Hundreds upon hundreds of candles illuminate the place. In the sitting room adjacent to the entrance, a bundle of smoldering sage dangles from the chandelier. The pungent smoke clouds the room, and the candles give it a mystical air. A large white pentagram drawn in chalk marks the Persian carpet. Strange symbols designate the 5 points of the star. A bowl of what looks like blood, along with a skull from some animal, sits in the center. Sprinkled powder surrounds the display. A man slumps against one of the Edwardian high-backed chairs nearby. His head droops to one side, and he wears a long purple-black robe emblazoned with stars and crescent moons. I gasp out loud. Holy mackerel!
You're telling me,
David says.
This is the victim, obviously. His name is Jose Santiago. He bought this house 2 weeks ago, just moved in last Monday. He didn't even get a chance to unpack the boxes upstairs.
I pick my way into the room, making sure not to disturb the scene. Are there any signs of foul play? David waves his hand at the room.
Well, this place looks to me like a sign of foul play, don't you think? Unless he died of pulmonary failure from inhaling this smoke, I'd say he was mixed up in something pretty foul.
It looks like he was doing some sort of ritual, I remark.
We're dusting the place for fingerprints to find out if anyone else was around, but so far there's nothing to indicate he wasn't doing it alone.
A choking sound draws my attention to a parlor across the hall. I peek inside and see a young man sitting on the couch. A police officer talks to him in low tones.
That's the victim's son, Michael,
David murmurs in my ear.
He's 16. He's still in high school, but he's got his own car. He works in an ice cream parlor down in Peterborough. He just got home from work and found his father like this.
Does he know of any strange activities his father might have gotten mixed up in?
David shakes his head. He was as surprised by all this as we were. He said his father was very steady and hard-working, and I believe him. Jose raised this kid almost single-handedly for the 7 years since Michael's mother left them for greener pastures. The kid gets straight A's. No way is he involved with any of this hocus pocus.
I study the house. Who would do this then? Who would go to the trouble of killing him? Someone must have hated him a lot.
Hold your horses, sweetheart, David tells me. We don't know he was killed. We'll send the body down to Peterborough for an autopsy to determine the cause of death. Until we get the ME's report back, we can't think of this as a murder. Understand?
Okay, I understand. He nods toward the door.
Now I think you better skedaddle. You're not supposed to be here.
I slope back to my own house. I expect to find Zach on the porch, but he's nowhere in sight. I pause there to cast a wistful glance back at the crime scene, or whatever it is. I didn't want to leave. I want to be over there investigating with David. I don't believe for an instant Jose Santiago died of natural causes. If, as David suspects, Jose wasn't involved in the occult or whatever, someone went to a lot of trouble to make it look like he was. I slink inside and shut the door. I don't find Zach in the living room or the kitchen, so I go upstairs. I can look forward to another long day on my feet at the candy store tomorrow. Now that I've lost the energy of the police investigation, exhaustion overwhelms me. I head for my bedroom when Zach calls me from down the hall.
Come in here a minute, Mom. I want to show you something.
I sneak closer. He never invites me into his room, and I dread what I'll find. Does he have stale, moldy old sandwiches flattened into his pillow? To my eternal relief, his room is in immaculate shape. His bed is made, and I don't see a single article of clothing lying around, which makes me self-conscious. He keeps his room a lot nicer than I keep mine. He sits with his back to me at his desk. His finger clicks his computer mouse.
Over here, Mom.
I crane over his chair back. What is it?
It's your new website. See?
I gape at the screen. Big, bold lettering across the page reads, Margaret Nichols, Private Investigator for Hire. I blink, but I can't bring myself to accept what I'm seeing. What the bejesus is this?
It's your new website, Mom.
He flashes me a grin.
I set it all up for you so you can start taking cases on your own and get paid for it.
My jaw hits the floor. What? Do you know what David will do when he finds out about this?
He can't do anything to stop you, Zach replies. I researched all the licenses and permits and everything you need to make this happen. He said you were really good on these cases. You know you like solving them, so why not get paid to do it?
I shake my head and walk away. I can't go into business for myself. I'm just a candy peddler. He stumbles, getting out of his chair.
What's the matter? Don't tell me you plan to fink out on this after all the work I put in.
I'm not finking out on anything, I call over my shoulder. I never asked you to set up a business website, and I never planned to get paid to solve cases. I've got all I can handle running the store. He dogs my footsteps to my room.
Aw, come on, Mom. You know you can't get enough of these cases. At least give it a shot.
I don't have time to give it a shot. Good night, Zachary. I'll see you in the morning. I swing the door shut. I hate to say I slam it in his face, but when it comes right down to it, that's exactly what I do. I fling myself down on my bed. A website? Me? What next? I can't have a website. I can't be a private investigator for hire. The whole idea is too preposterous to consider. Dang that Zach! What was he thinking? Chapter 3. I slouch onto the living room couch and kick off my shoes. I groan when I rub my aching feet. I'm getting too old to stand behind a counter all day. I barely catch up on sleep every night before I have to go back to the store and do it all over again. I almost burst into tears when someone knocks on the front door. Zach calls to me from the kitchen. "That's for you, Mom." "How do you know that?" I fire back. He doesn't respond. Pots clatter in the sink, and a loud hiss of steam answers me. I pull my head down between my shoulders and crouch into the sofa cushions. "I don't care who it is. I'm not getting it." The knock comes again, louder this time. Zach calls out, "Aren't you going to get that?" "No, I'm not," I snarl. Zach scuttles into the room, drying his hands on a dish towel. "You have to get it." "Why do I have to get it?" I grumble. "I'm tired. I'm not getting it. You get it." "You have to get it. He came all this way to talk to you." I freeze in my seat. "Who did?" "Michael Santiago. He's here to talk to you about his father's murder case." I blink up at him. "What in God's name are you talking about?" "I just told you. He's here to talk to you about his father's murder case. He wants to hire you to investigate. I saw him at the police station. One of the detectives ordered a box of chocolates for his fiancée, and I was there delivering it at the same time Michael was there to find out the autopsy results. Jose was poisoned with something. I can't remember the name. It was something hard to pronounce that I'd never heard of. Michael was really upset, so I told him about you. He wants you to look into his father's case." I pick my jaw up off the floor. "Have you gone completely around the bend? I am not a PI. I'm a... He cocks his head, waiting for me to say something. "You're a what?" "I'm not a PI. I stammer. "I run a candy store, and I have an unnatural sense of curiosity. That's all. No one is going to hire me to look into anything." "Then you can do it for free." He breezes back. I gape at him. Who in the Sam Hill is this man? I realize right then and there I don't have a clue who Zachary Nichols is or what he's capable of. I can hardly believe the little boy I raised grew into this. He snaps his dish towel over his shoulder and goes to the door. He opens it, and disembodied voices drift to my ear from the front hall. "Hi, Michael. Sorry about that. Come right in. Mom's in the living room. Go right in." I shrink back on the couch. I can't win. The footsteps come closer. I wallow in my defeat a few seconds more before I rocket to my throbbing feet when Michael Santiago enters. I hold out my hand and put on my best nice to meet you smile. "How are you, Michael? Please take a seat. I'm so sorry for your loss." "Thank you." The boy I saw at the house the other night sits down opposite me. He perches on the edge of the chair and casts anxious glances around the room. A rim of red discolors his eyes. He must have been crying a lot lately, and who could blame him? I let myself down slowly onto the couch. "So, I hear you got the ME's results." He nods down at his hands. He tries to speak, and winds up whispering in a husky voice, "Yeah." My heart goes out to the kid. He lost the only person in the world who cared about him. Now he has no one and nowhere to turn. I soften toward him. "I'm so terribly sorry for your loss. Is there anything I can do? Do you have a place to stay?" He nods. "That police detective arranged for me to stay with your neighbor, Kyle Davidson. I have an uncle in Cincinnati, but when the cops contacted him about taking me, he flat out refused, and I can't go stay with my mom. No one wants me." His voice cracks when he says it. I can't bear to watch his lip quivering. I scoot to the chair next to him and squeeze his arm. "I know things look black right now, but you're not alone. The whole town of West End wants you. Whoever did this to your father is only one person. Look at Kyle. He's taking care of you, isn't he?" He nods down at the floor and doesn't say anything. "I'm not saying that you staying with Kyle could become permanent, but there are people who care about you and who will help you. You don't have to face this alone. Now, come on and tell me about the ME's report. Can you remember the name of the poison?" He shakes his head. "It was some Latin word or something. Not even the detective had heard of it before." I frown to myself. That's strange. I'll have to ask Detective Graham about it. Did the autopsy turn up anything else? He shakes his head again. "There was some blueberry muffin in his stomach. The cops think the killer laced the muffin with the poison." I don't suppose it would be all that out of the ordinary for your father to eat a blueberry muffin, would it? His head shoots up. Actually, it would. He never ate that stuff. He kept a strict paleo diet, and he always said he was gluten intolerant. I don't see him eating it. That is odd, I remark. Can you think of any circumstances where he might have eaten something containing gluten? He used to eat birthday cake at birthday parties, Michael replies. Or he would eat food with gluten if someone invited him over for dinner or something like that, just to be polite and not to hurt their feelings. That was the only time he made an exception. He was very strict about it. That's interesting. That means something unusual must have happened to make him eat the blueberry muffin. Can you think what that might have been? I couldn't tell you that, he replies. I was away at school all day. I didn't come home until after my shift in Peterborough, and that's when I found him. What time was that? I ask. What time did you leave for school, and what time did you come home and find him dead? He dropped me off at school at 9 in the morning. I got home at 7:30 in the evening. I frown again. He dropped you off at school, and then he went home again, ate the muffin, and died before 7:30 in the evening? Yeah, that's another weird thing. He shouldn't have been home during that time. He always left for work straight from school after dropping me off. He usually got home after me. He shouldn't have gone home again, not for anything. I suppose when you found him, you saw that strange setup in your living room, I remark. His eyes widen. Yeah, that was really weird. You told the detectives your dad was never involved with any of that stuff. Never, he exclaims. He worked 60-hour weeks. He didn't have time for any of that, and even if he did, he wouldn't have been involved with anything like that. It does seem unusual that he would do something like that, and then wind up dead the very same night. Maybe the killer had something to do with it. Did you see anything else out of the ordinary around the house? I didn't look. He casts his eyes to the floor again. I was just so shocked I sort of froze up. I finally called the police and then just sat there and stared until they came. I couldn't believe he was actually dead. That's okay, I murmur. I understand. I can find out all about it from the detective. He raises his eyes to my face. So, will you take the case? I don't have a lot of money, but I do have some savings my dad put away to send me to college. I could use that to pay for... You don't have to pay me, I interrupt. You keep your college money. Are you sure? I really don't mind paying for it. I shook my head. Well, maybe I mind taking money from you to investigate this case. My son thinks I'm going to become a private investigator for hire, but I'm really just a busybody who can't mind her own business. I'll see what I can find out about your father's case, but I don't want any money. Really? Really? I tell him. Now, I think you better get back to Kyle's. It's dinner time, and he'll be wondering where you are. He grabs my hand and nearly pumps my arm off my shoulder. Thank you so much, Miss Nichols. You don't know what this means to me. If there's anything I can do to repay your kindness, just tell me and I'll... My cheeks flush. I back him toward the front door, but he won't stop shaking my hand in his. Don't thank me when I haven't done anything yet. I guided him onto the porch and gently extricated my hand from his grasp. Thank you, Miss Nichols, he keeps gushing. You don't know what this means to me. I nod and bite back a smile. He really is a sweet kid. That's okay, Michael. It's the least I can do to give you some peace of mind. Go on now. I'll let you know when I find anything. I shut the door and collapse back against the wall with a heavy sigh. What did I just get myself into? David would have a canary when he found out about this. I drag my carcass back to the couch, and this time, I topple full length onto it. I fling my arm over my eyes and draw in a shaky breath. Some private investigator I turned out to be. My own son is trying to make me into the next Columbo, and I can't even charge my very first client to take his case. Never mind. Michael is a high school kid without a single relative to speak of in the world. I can't take his college money to investigate a murder I'll probably wind up investigating anyway. I'm too nosy to keep my sticky fingers out of it, especially now that I know some of the pertinent details. So Jose was murdered with some obscure poison laced in his muffin. He was gluten intolerant and followed a paleo diet. So he wouldn't have eaten that muffin unless some social pressure induced him to do so. That begged the question, what could have happened between 9 o'clock in the morning and 7:30 at night? Something made him go home, eat a muffin, and die in time for the killer to position his body in that bizarre ritual. Unless, of course, he was killed somewhere else and transported back to his own house. Somehow I doubted that, though. Jose wasn't a small man, and dragging a dead corpse into a house would have left too many clues. The killer would have kept it simple. They would have poisoned Jose on the spot, positioned him in that ritual for some reason only known to themselves, and left before Michael came home. A voice startles me out of my thoughts.
It's a pretty interesting case, isn't it, Mom?
I bolt to my feet and charge past Zach on my way to the stairs. No, it isn't, and I'm not investigating it. Now I'm telling you to take down that website and don't do anything like that again. Don't tell anybody that I'm a private investigator for hire or any other nonsense like that. I flee to my room and shut myself in. I resist the urge to slide the armchair in front of the door, but I sure want to. I can't be a private investigator. I can't take other people's money for something I wasn't trained to do. I'm a candy store owner. That's all I ever wanted to be, and that's all I ever will be. End of story. Chapter 4. I sleep late the next morning. It's Zach's day at the store, thank heaven, because I don't think I can face another day on my feet. I thump downstairs in my pajamas at 10 o'clock. I don't finish my breakfast and coffee until 11:30. I revel in my laziness and the decadence of doing absolutely nothing. It's wonderful. A plop against the porch makes me go outside to pick up the paper. When I stand up, my eye falls on the big house at the end of the block. Something weird happened in that house the day Jose Santiago died. I narrow my eyes at the big white edifice. I made myself a solemn promise that I wouldn't get out of my pajamas all day, but something about the place tickles my curiosity again. I duck up to my room and change into jeans and a t-shirt. Then I saunter on down the block to see what I can see. A strip of yellow tape sections off the yard. Crime scene, do not cross. I cast a fleeting glance around the neighborhood. No one's around. Besides, who would rat me out to David Graham if they did see me cross it? I skip under the cordon and race for the front door. To my surprise, it's unlocked, and I slither inside with my heart in my mouth. I shut the door and wilt into the corner to catch my breath. I've never gone this far to investigate anything before. I've done a lot of less than smart things, but I've never actually broken the law. Once inside, my natural curiosity rapidly wipes out any guilt over what I just did. The first thing I see is the sitting room with the pentagram drawn on the floor. An outline in white tape displays where Michael found the body. Now that I get a good look at the room in the cold, harsh light of day, it starts to ring bells in my head. Someone set this up to make it look like Jose was involved in the occult when those closest to him knew he wasn't. I pull out my phone and take a few pictures. Don't ask me why. Then I scroll over to my browser and Google occult rituals. A bunch of weird pictures come up. I switch to images and look for anything resembling this scene. What was the killer trying to accomplish? Were they creating a spell using Jose's dead body? Then I see it. I expand the picture. It looks exactly like Jose's sitting room. I zero in on the pentagram. Even the candles at the points of the star, the smudge stick burning overhead, it mirrors the crime scene exactly. I tap the image and navigate to the web page, witcheswizardsetc.com. I note the same image on 5 other websites, including several copies pinned on Pinterest. I turn toward the parlor, where I first saw the police officer questioning Michael. I poke my head through the door when a loud tread startles me out of my wits. I barely have time to spin around when the house door flies open and David Graham barges in. My hand flies to my heart. Holy smokes, you scared me! He narrows his eyes at me.
I don't even want to know what you're doing here.
I wave toward the sitting room. I was just looking.
Uh-huh.
He smacks his lips in annoyance.
I should have known you wouldn't take any notice of that cordon tape out there. I ought to haul you in for trespassing and obstruction of justice.
I hang my head. You're right. I'm sorry. I'll leave. I head for the door. His arm shoots out in front of me.
Hold it, you.
When I stop and look up at him, he purses his lips.
As long as you're here, we might as well take a look around together. Maybe that will keep you out of trouble.
I keep my voice contrite, although inside I'm leaping for joy. I'll do my best to behave, I promise.
Don't make promises you can't keep,
he returns.
Now, what have you got?
I turn toward the sitting room and draw out my phone. Take a look at this. The room was set up exactly like these scenes from the net. Someone went to a lot of trouble to copy them.
What are you saying?
Well, Michael says his father wasn't involved in the occult. That means someone else set this room up to make it look like he was. He glares down at me.
Michael says? When did you talk to him?
Yesterday. He asked me to look into his father's case. That's all. Zach set up a website advertising me as a private investigator for hire, but I already told him I didn't want to do that. I told him to take it down, but he ran into Michael at the police station the other day. He mentioned me, and Michael asked me to take a look. That's all. He wanted to pay me to do it, but I said no. David's features go hard and cold.
I certainly hope you don't take any money for this.
I won't, I pipe. I'm not good enough to be a professional investigator anyway.
I didn't say anything about you not being good enough, he returns. If you took money to work on this case, I couldn't be involved with you the way I am.
I stiffen. What do you mean by involved?
I mean involved in any way. I couldn't be talking to you about this case. I couldn't be helping you and letting you help me. I couldn't be involved with you on a non-professional level either. I wouldn't be able to ask you out on a real date this Saturday night. I couldn't come to your house and pick you up at 8, all dressed up, and take you to a fancy restaurant in Peterborough. And I couldn't take you out to a stage show at the cabaret either. The department wouldn't allow it.
I stare at him, my mouth open in shock. Are you asking me out on a date?
That depends on whether you're a professional investigator working on the same case as I am.
He leans in to inspect me.
Are you a professional investigator working on the same case as I am?
I color and lower my eyes. No, I'm not, when you put it like that. I'm just a concerned neighbor helping out a poor high school kid who has lost his only parent.
That's good. Would you like to go on a real date with me? I was thinking I could pick you up at 8 on Saturday, all dressed up, and take you to a fancy restaurant in Peterborough. After that, I was thinking I could take you to a stage show at the cabaret. I hear the new Josephine Baker review is really hot right now.
I have to laugh. I'd love to go on a date with you Saturday night.
Phew.
He runs his wrist across his forehead.
Now that we got that out of the way, can we go back to talking about the case?
Sure. Do you see what I mean about the crime scene being staged to copy this webpage?
He nods. It does look fake. I thought it looked fake when I first saw it. It's too cliché to be a real occult ritual. Let's take a look around the house and see if we turn up anything unusual.
Did the forensics people remove anything?
They took some samples of the sage we found burning over the pentagram, he tells me. They also found some crumbs of the dreaded blueberry muffin in the kitchen. They tested it and matched it to the muffin in Jose's stomach. Other than that, they just dusted for prints.
Did Michael tell you that his father was gluten intolerant? I ask. He said his father never ate blueberry muffins unless he didn't want to hurt the person's feelings, like at a birthday party or whatever.
That tells me he knew the killer. The killer must have brought the muffins over here and stood there watching to make sure Jose ate one of them. Jose must have felt some obligation to the person if he violated his dietary restrictions to spare their feelings.
Who would do that? I ask.
I don't know, but I don't really see a stranger getting into the house and pressuring Jose to eat a blueberry muffin against his will. He must have known the person pretty well. He must have felt some sort of compulsion to protect the person's feelings.
I shake my head and turn away. I don't get it. Something doesn't fit.
Let's split up, David suggests. You take the downstairs, and I'll take the upstairs. Let me know if you turn up anything unusual.
He climbs the stairs and disappears. I lingered in the entrance hall and surveyed the house. It was a nice house, and now it was empty again. First, a killer lived here, and now a man was dead, poisoned in this very house. I amble to the kitchen, but I don't really expect to find anything there. Whoever set up the sitting room to resemble a magical ritual went to a lot of trouble to cover their tracks. They wouldn't just leave a blueberry muffin lying around like a smoking gun. Of course, I don't find anything. I search the whole downstairs and turn up nothing. The place gives me a queer sensation down the back of my neck. It's too clean, far too clean for a single father and a high school boy to have been living alone. Of course, they only moved into the house last week. Maybe they didn't have time to leave the toilet seat up. Still, this house stood empty for months before Jose bought it. It should have shown at least some sign of dust on the windowsills. Something. Anything. Cruising through the rooms, I get the distinct impression the killer cleaned the place up before he left. Or she left. Who would do that? Someone who cared a lot about leaving a clean house behind him. That's who. I make a mental note to ask Michael about that. He'll be able to tell me if the house was noticeably cleaner when he found his father. Then again, a teenage boy might not notice that sort of thing. I meander back to the kitchen. Nothing to see here. I lean against the counter for a while, just waiting for David to come back down. Maybe he'll have found something. I stick my head out the back door to check the yard for anything noteworthy. Nothing there. I never saw a more boring and not noteworthy yard in my life. Just before I pull my head inside, my eye falls on the trash can standing near the back door. On impulse, I lift the lid, and what do you know? A white box lies open on top of all the household trash. A bed of white tissue paper displays a dozen long-stemmed roses lying in a magnificent bunch. A length of gold ribbon bedazzles their thornless stems. I blink down at it. A dozen roses? A card tucked inside reads, "For Jose, with love," in embossed calligraphy. I swallow hard. Someone sent Jose a dozen roses, and he threw them away. Jumping Jehoshaphat, Batman! This is something to put in the evidence scrapbook. I swing off the back step and lift up the lid to the recycling bin. Egg cartons, newspaper scraps, plastic steak trays, all the usual stuff piles almost to the top. I put my hand inside and lift a bunch of recycling out of the way and let everything trickle back one piece at a time until I see something. A wad of greeting cards peeks out from under the milk jug. I pick one up. "Dear Jose, I have told you how I feel about you, and I hope you feel the same way about me. Would you like to go out sometime and get to know each other better? I could call you, or we could talk about it when I see you tomorrow morning. Love, T." Love? Someone was in love with Jose, but he obviously didn't feel the same way. He wouldn't have thrown her flowers and cards away if he did. I'm assuming the secret admirer was a woman, but I suppose it could just as easily have been a man. My heart starts to jump. Just wait until I tell David about this. If Jose had a secret admirer he didn't much care for, that could explain why he ate her muffin, or his muffin, even when he didn't want to. Maybe he already felt bad about rejecting her or him. He didn't want to drive the dagger home by refusing to eat his or her muffins. A female killer would also explain why the house is so spotlessly clean. Not that a man couldn't be a neat freak too, mind you. It just makes more sense that a woman would go through all this trouble, baking poison-laced muffins, creating this elaborate ritual display to cover her tracks, and then cleaning the whole house on top of that. David sticks his head through the door.
"What did you find?"
I can barely get my breath showing him the flowers. "Take a look at this! Someone was in love with Jose!" He inspects the card in the flower box and the stack of love notes in the recycling bin.
"Looks to me like he didn't return the favor. He threw her messages out with the trash."
"Do you really think it was a woman?"
"Take a look at the handwriting."
He ignores the card that came with the flowers. A computer printed that. Anybody can see that. He holds up one of the love notes.
"No man wrote that."
He's right. The gently sloping cursive shows all the hallmarks of its fastidious owner. Of course the person who cleaned this place up had immaculate handwriting. They took the greatest care with every detail of their murderous operation. David collects the flower box and all the cards. We rifle the whole recycling bin to make sure we find them all.
"These are evidence. I'll take them back to the station. We might be able to fingerprint them, too."
I trail him out to his squad car. I don't feel so nervous crossing the cordon this time, not with him by my side. He puts everything in the back seat before he straightens up to face me. He raises one eyebrow. That expression always makes my insides squirm.
"Do me a favor and don't get into any trouble, okay?"
"Who? Little old me?"
He suppresses a grin. "Yes, little old you. I know how you are. You won't let this case alone, now that you've got a corner of it in your greedy little jaws. Just try not to get your leg broken or hit over the head or anything like that. Do it for me, even if you can't do it for yourself."
Can I just ask you one question? Then I'll leave it alone. I'll leave you alone. I don't promise to leave the case alone. That would be lying. His chin falls onto his chest. He closes his eyes and sighs.
"What is it?"
Could you tell me the name of the poison that was used to kill Jose? I ask. That's all I want to know. Then I'm out of your hair.
"All right. If that's what it will take to pacify you, I'll tell you. It's called gelsemium. Apparently, it's a plant extract from... Let me see."
He takes out his notebook and flips the pages.
"Here it is. The Latin name for the plant is Gelsemium elegans. The common name is heartbreak grass. It's native to Southeast Asia, and when it's ingested, it stops the person from breathing. According to the internet, it gained notoriety when it was used to assassinate some Kremlin officials during the Cold War."
"Wonderful," I murmur.
"Yeah, there you go. Now run along to your computer and don't bother me. Unless you find the killer, of course, in which case, call me as soon as you can."
I laugh out loud. He blows me a kiss, gets into his car, and drives away. I flip the open sign on the candy store's front door, and within seconds, Stacy Kuntz from the Happy-Go-Lucky Cafe next door comes hustling through it. She peeks over her shoulder and lowers her voice to a whisper. "I heard that new guy was killed by devil-worshipping witches or something like that. Is that true?" "Come on, Stacy," I chide. "There are no devil-worshipping witches, not in West End anyway. This town couldn't open its eyes long enough for that." "You're wrong, Margaret," she whispers. "There's a coven over in the west side of town." "Oh, give it a rest, Stacy," I exclaim. "Who are you trying to kid?" "It's true," she hisses. "A bunch of women over there meet and do seances and stuff like that. They hold ritual meetings in the light of the full moon. I even heard they sacrifice animals to their pagan gods." I prop one hand on my hip and spin around to fix her with a harsh look. "You can't expect me to believe that. No way could anything like that be happening in this town." "It's true. You ask anyone. They're brazen about it. They don't care who finds out. You can even ask Cheryl Whitfield. She's their leader, their Grand High Vizier, or whatever you want to call it." I start to laugh out loud, but something in her face makes me check myself. "If that's true, give me her address." Stacy gives a curt nod and pulls out her phone. A second later, a text comes through listing Cheryl's address. She lives in the neighborhood on the other side of West End from me. I study the screen. Are you sure about this? I don't think she'll like me knocking on her door suggesting she had something to do with Jose's death. "If that's how you feel, then don't tell her you're looking into Jose's death. Tell her you're interested in joining the group. She'll love that." I put my phone back in my pocket. Somehow I think she'll suspect this has something to do with Jose's death. Everybody's talking about it. "You bet they are," Stacy returns. "I still can't believe he was into all that stuff." I don't believe it at all. Someone is trying to trick us into thinking he was. Her eyes pop. "Really? Who would do something like that?" "Someone who wanted to kill him and throw the police off their scent. That's who. Now, I don't think I ought to be talking to you about the case anymore. I hope you understand. She leans in close and squeezes my arm. Her words rush out in a breathless whisper. Of course not. Of course. Say no more. My lips are sealed. She turns her thumb and forefinger near her mouth like she's turning a key in a lock. Then she races away. I ought to laugh it off, but this case doesn't make me feel like laughing. I keep taking out my phone and staring at the address for Cheryl Whitfield. Could a coven of witches really be holding secret meetings right here in West End? My first instinct tells me to warn Zach. Then I change my mind. I don't want to worry him. Even worse, I don't want him to laugh at me for being concerned. That is the weirdest part. On the one hand, the case does concern me. Even if this so-called coven does exist, even if they do get together to cast magical spells or whatever, that doesn't necessarily mean they had something to do with Jose's death. Even if one of their members did kill Jose, that doesn't mean the rest of them are bad apples. They might just be your garden variety witches living in modern American suburbia. What could be more normal than that? This whole line of thinking does a number on my head. I don't know what to think. I pass through the rest of the day in a daze, running around in circles from one idea to another. I can't think straight. At closing time, I lock up the store. I stop on the sidewalk to look both ways. David isn't here to walk me home. So much for his and Zach's grand plan to chaperone me on dark walks through the streets on cold, blustery autumn evenings. I'm on my own, with no one to answer to. I pull out my phone one more time and navigate to the maps page. I pull up directions to Cheryl's house and hurry through the streets. I find myself checking over my shoulder for anyone following me. I'm getting paranoid, like Stacy, like everyone else in this town. 20 minutes later, I find the house and jump up the steps. I pound on the knocker and shift from one foot to the other, waiting for someone to reply. The door yanks open, and a tall, athletic, blonde woman in her 30s gives me a serious inspection. "Can I help you?" I muster all my courage in the hopes of sounding casual. "Hi, are you Cheryl Whitfield?" "Yes, who wants to know?" she barks. "I'm Margaret Nichols. I own the candy store in town." "Yeah?" she snaps in the most unfriendly way. "So?" "I hear you're in charge of a group of, well, someone told me it was a witches' coven, but we all know that's ridiculous, don't we?" I hear myself babbling, but I can't slow myself down. My voice squeaks. "I mean, witches don't really exist, do they? Of course there couldn't be a coven here in West End, but I thought I'd come and ask you about it just to make sure. I'm sure you're all just..." She sweeps back from the door. "We're having a meeting right now. You can come in and see for yourself if you want." She turns on her heel and marches into a house lit up with electric lights and bubbling with voices. Kids run up and down the stairs and shoot water pistols at each other. A man passes through the hall, going somewhere else. He holds a mobile phone to his ear and talks into it over the noise. "I told him 25 and he only sent 15. Tell him if it happens again, he's out of a contract." I step into the hall and shut the door behind me. No one tells me to do it. I suppose I could leave it standing open, but the whole domestic atmosphere tells me to shut it like a good little girl. I follow Cheryl into a living room packed with women. Kids and babies of all ages tumble and squall all over the place. A few women breastfeed on the couch. I walk in on one of them changing a baby's diaper right there on the carpet. Cheryl sits down, making no attempt to introduce me. A conversation already in progress continues unabated. "Why can't we use your rumpus room, April?" one woman asked. "It worked last time." "Sam has his football club meeting there this week," another replies. "We could use it any other night of the month, but not that one." "Tell him to take his buddies to the bar in Peterborough," another chimes in. "I can't," April replies. "We made a deal, and now I can't break it. He takes the kids when I come home, and I take them on his football night. It's the only night of the week I can get child-free." "He's child-free every day when he goes to work," Cheryl counters. "He can do his fair share." "He says that's his full-time job, and taking care of the kids is my full-time job," April replies. "Whether I agree with it or not, it's not worth a fight. We'll just have to find someone else's rumpus room for next Friday."
"What about your garage, Felicia?" Cheryl asks across the circle.
"Are you kidding?"
another woman retorts. "It costs me $100 to pay for childcare just to come to this meeting.
I'm not doing it in my garage where one of the kids could walk in on us at any moment to ask for a cracker."
The whole place erupts in laughter that devolves into aimless chatting. I look around the room in stunned shock. This is the big bad witches coven threatening to take over West End with its insidious influence? I hover in the corner and listen to 24 women complain about their lives, their work, their kids, their babysitters. From what I can gather, about half are married or in relationships. The rest are single and work their tails off to provide for their kids while maintaining a shred of sanity. The discussion drifts back and forth between general chit-chat and trying to organize a venue for their Friday night meeting, the nature of which eludes me. That must be the secret ritual Stacy tried to warn me about. But after an hour eavesdropping on their conversation, I no longer believe that. Even if these women do dabble in magic and the occult, I can't believe any of them could do anything seriously dangerous. Their lives revolve around their kids, their jobs, their houses. Eventually, the meeting disintegrates into a social time where no one gives protocol a second thought. They talk and laugh and shout across the room to each other. After a few minutes, Cheryl goes into the kitchen and comes back with plates of snacks. Kids start coming out of the woodwork the minute she puts the trays on the coffee table. They mob the food and stuff it into their faces as fast as they can. Little by little, the women get something to eat too, before the meeting breaks up. One after the other, they round up their kids and leave. The general trickle dies away until only Cheryl and I remain. She pitches into a lazy boy and kicks up the footrest. She drapes her other leg over the armchair and rocks back. So, there you have it. That's our coven.
"Is that it?"
I ask. "Do you perform any rites or rituals at all? Or do you just get together to talk?" It started out as a real coven. Now that I get her alone in her own living room, she relaxes into a normal woman.
I started it with 5 others. We really wanted to practice magic and stuff, but it turned into this. We meet once a week, and all the meetings go like this one. We plan a ritual once a month, but only about 8 to 10 people show up. We're not really a coven at all. We haven't been one for years. I measure my next words with care. A lot of people want to blame you and your friends for Jose Santiago's death. I'm sure they do, she remarks. Maybe whoever killed him wanted to make it look like we did it. You could be right. There is also the chance that one of your members did it. Do you happen to know if any of them might have been in love with Jose? She raises her head and locks her startling blue eyes on me. How could they? All our members have been living in West End for years, and he only moved here last week. My eyes fall out of my head. My God, you're right! She settles back in her chair and lolls her head to one side. She drawls out of the corner of her mouth in a casual, weary way. So, someone was in love with him. It must have been someone who knew him pretty well. It seems to me you should be looking wherever he moved here from, instead of around West End. I stare at the top of her head. What in the name of all that was holy am I doing, pretending to be a private investigator with people like her walking around the world? I'm nothing but a charlatan. I lunge to my feet and grab her hand. Thanks, Cheryl. It was a real pleasure meeting you and your friends. I race out of the house and all the way home without stopping once. Chapter 6. Saturday night finds me standing in front of my mirror. I hold up one dress after another in front of my body, only to discard them a second later. None of them satisfies me anymore. I had forgotten how hard it is to dress up for a date, even with someone I have known as long as I have known David. The instant he invited me on a real date, I plummeted back into high school, where my very existence depended on wearing exactly the right dress. To my horror, I don't have exactly the right dress in my closet. By 7:30, I'm forced to admit I'm not going to get exactly the right dress either. I can't run to the department store at this hour, and none of my dresses flatter me the way I want them to. I want a dress that will turn me back into an 18-year-old with a perfect body. I want a dress that will erase the fact that I'd given birth and seen 45 unforgiving years. By 7:40, I face the crushing truth that I'll have to settle. I select a dress at random and put it on. I'm not 18 anymore, and if that isn't good enough for Detective David Graham, he won't be able to handle anything else about me. I do my hair and slip my feet into my shoes when I hear the knock. I start down the stairs. Zach's voice floats to my ear. "Good evening, Detective. You look great. Oh, here she is." David appears in the doorway. His eyes light up when he sees me. I have to lower my eyelashes. I'm blushing so bad. He takes my hand. "You look stunning." "Thank you." He kisses me on the cheek. "Shall we go?" I nod, unable to speak. He grins at Zach. "See you later." "Be home by midnight," Zach calls after us. David shuts the door in his face and leads me to his car. In a few minutes, I find myself rumbling down the highway toward Peterborough. I survey the dark field sliding past the window. I haven't been outside West End at night since I first moved here. Now I'm going out on a real date with this kind, intelligent, dashing man.
Penny for your thoughts, he interrupts.
I smile over at him and put out my hand to take his. I'm just thinking how nice it is to be out with you like this without a murder investigation to discuss. He grins sideways at me.
We could discuss the investigation if you want to.
No, I fire back. Definitely not. I forbid it for the duration of the evening.
Yes, ma'am.
His smile fades.
We don't have to discuss the case, but I want to tell you I'm not trying to dissuade you from becoming a PI if that's what you really want to do. I'm just concerned about your safety, that's all. If you really want to become a PI, you won't get any argument from me. You're really good at these cases. I'll be the first to admit that.
I appreciate that. I really do, I reply. You have helped me more than anyone when it came to solving these cases. I never thought you were trying to thwart me or anything. He cocks his head to study me in between watching the road.
So, do you want to become a PI?
I sigh. I have no idea. That's the God's honest truth. I like investigating these cases. I really do. But sometimes I wonder if I would enjoy investigating them as much without you to help me. His face cracks open with a huge grin.
Aw, shucks. I didn't know you felt that way.
Don't make a joke out of it, I tell him. Half the fun is being able to talk to you and bounce ideas off you. You said we wouldn't be able to do that if I became a professional. I don't know if it's worth giving that up. It would take all the fun out of it. It would become a job like any other.
Yes, it would. That's basically the situation I'm in. Before I met you, I never had anyone to talk to about my cases. It does take all the fun out of it.
Are you saying you don't want me to become a PI either? I ask.
Not at all, he exclaims. If you really want to, go right ahead. I say more power to you. Heaven knows you're stubborn and independent enough to do it no matter what I say.
We wouldn't be having this conversation if that was the case. He crushes my fingers in his big, warm hand.
All I'm saying is, I wouldn't want you to get into a dangerous situation. You mean more to me than my precious professional ego. I can share the glory of solving murder cases with you. It's you I care about, and not just your safety. I care about your happiness. If becoming a PI will make you happy, I'm right behind you.
I nestle back in the seat. Thank you. That means the world to me. He shoots me another sidelong glance and goes back to looking at the road. Now what is it? I ask. Spill the beans.
I was just thinking.
What? You better tell me, or we're going to have a very unpleasant date. I joke, smirking. He rocks my hand in the space between our seats.
I was just thinking that if you became a PI, our relationship couldn't develop, and I would hate that. I would hate for anything to come between us now.
My gaze drifts back to the darkness outside the car. I hear my own voice coming from far away. I would hate that too. Just then, the lights of Peterborough come into view. We drive along the city streets, and David parks in front of the restaurant. It turns out to be a lot nicer than I expected. He opens the car door for me and offers me his arm. He escorts me into the light and tumult of a busy restaurant. Now I feel really underdressed. The meal passes in a whirlwind of candlelight and sound. The menu befuddles me, so David orders for both of us. I drink wine and cut my filet mignon with the utmost care. I refuse to look at the other diners. I would go crazy if I did. After David pays, He leads me back to the car, and we drive to another location across town. I have no idea where I am until a huge sign, all in lights, illuminating the night sky. Cabaret. My heart hammers in my throat, and my blood races in my veins. Am I really going in there? David opens the door for me, and I slip my hand through his elbow. We take 10 steps up the footpath when he freezes. "What is it?" I whisper. "What's wrong?"
"The chief of police," he hisses. "He's right over there."
I look around, but I don't see anybody in uniform. Tuxedos, suits, and evening dresses surround me on all sides. People smile to each other in friendly greeting.
"We should go,"
he murmurs in my ear.
"I don't want him to see us together."
"You said it didn't count if I wasn't getting paid for the case."
"I know what I said,"
he replies.
"I just don't want to jeopardize my job for a stage show. I'm sorry. Maybe we can come back another time. Do you hate me? Are you really disappointed?"
I turn to face him. All at once, I don't give a stuff about any stage show. "I'm not disappointed at all. It's been a wonderful evening, and I don't want you to jeopardize your job for a stage show either. Come on, let's go home." We get back in the car and head for West End. David broods all the way there. He parks in front of my house and throws the car into park a lot harder than he should. "Thank you for a lovely date," I tell him. "It was a real treat."
"I'm just pissed at myself," he growls. "I wish—"
I cut him off. "Don't. It was perfect the way it was. Maybe we can do something else next time." His head whips around.
"Next time?"
"Yeah, next time." He blushes and lowers his eyes.
"Yeah, next time."
"I'm really glad you invited me." I squeeze his hand. I'm also really glad we got through the whole evening without discussing the case once. I call that a successful date. The smile drains off his face. He studies me for a moment. Then he leans across the seat and kisses me. His lips tickle my mouth, and his masculine smell fills my nostrils. Long before I'm ready, he pulls away.
"That's what I call a successful date."
I burst out laughing. "I can accept that." He gets out and hands me out of the passenger side. He walks me to the door and kisses me again.
"Good night, Miss Nichols."
"Good night, Detective. Thank you for a wonderful time." I slip into the house, trying to be quiet so I won't get assaulted by Zach asking a ton of questions. I ease the door closed and let out a shaky sigh. For a real date, it went pretty well, a lot better than I hoped. It went well, even if it didn't go as planned. I wasn't really all that psyched about the stage show anyway. I would have loved to go, but I didn't feel like I missed out on anything. The connection between David and me matters a lot more, and making the change in plans was no big deal. I head for the stairs when I spot Zach on the couch. His stocking feet are resting on the coffee table, and his laptop is perched on his lap. He gives me a cursory glance and goes back to scowling at his screen.
"Oh, hey, Mom. How was your night?"
"Pretty good. What are you doing down here? Shouldn't you be in bed?" Instead of making a joke out of it or rolling his eyes like he usually does, he hitches himself up on the couch.
"I've been doing some research on Jose Santiago's death. Take a look at this."
"You shouldn't do that," I tell him. "One detective in the family is more than enough." He doesn't respond. He turns his laptop screen so I can see it.
See this? These are the pictures you showed me of that ritual scene you said the killer copied from the internet. I did a reverse image search on it, and look what I found.
I peer at his screen. I don't understand what you're showing me.
It's the same scene. It's from a movie.
He examines the page.
Devil Spawn 4, Dawn of the Warlock. The killer copied it from a movie.
Well, that doesn't help me much, I retort. Anybody could have seen that movie and copied the scene. It does nothing to help me whittle down the list of suspects.
Maybe not, he concedes. But it does prove that no one involved in this case was actively practicing the occult. Not the killer, not Jose. No one. It's a fake. It's a ruse to distract you and the detective so you don't pay attention to the other evidence.
A cloud lifts off my mind. You're right. Thanks. That is a big help.
Anytime, Mom.
He goes back to what he's doing. Chapter 7. I get up early the next morning. After lying awake in bed, thinking things over into the small hours, I finally came up with a plan. I go to the kitchen first and make a pot of coffee. Then I make the biggest, fanciest, most expensive breakfast imaginable. Zach comes downstairs in his pajamas, with his hair going in all directions. He flops into a chair at the dining room table and stares straight in front of him until I put a cup of coffee in his hand. He starts to perk up when I lay before him a plate of eggs, bacon, and a bagel with cream cheese and lox on a placemat. His head shoots up and his eyebrows quiver.
Mom, what's going on?
I ease into the chair opposite him. I was going to ask you to cover the store today. I want to go over to Peterborough for a few hours.
How are you going to get there without a car?
I fidget in my seat. Well, I was,
No, I don't know, Mom. How do you plan to get there? Hitchhike?
I turn bright red. I can't look at him. No, I don't plan to hitchhike. He takes another swig of his coffee.
If you don't tell me, I won't cover the store. I couldn't be responsible for you endangering your safety.
Fine, I snap. I plan to go with David Graham. His coffee cup hits the table.
Oh, I get it. You're going there to investigate Jose Santiago.
I bow my head and mumble into my lap. Yeah.
Okay, I'll do it.
I look up. You will?
Sure. If you're with him, you'll be fine. I just needed to know you were going to be okay.
Just like that? No arguments or recriminations?
Why should I argue or recriminate? I'm the one who's been trying to turn you into a private investigator. So go off and privately investigate. I'll cover the store.
I rocket out of my chair and race for the stairs. Thank you so much, Zach. If you ever want me to cover for you, just let me know. He mutters into his coffee.
Mm-hmm.
I jump into my clothes and hurry into town. Once I get there, I face a new problem. Without a car, I can't get to the police station to tell David my idea. Then I spot his cruiser in front of the daycare center. I rush over and meet him coming out. He smiles at me.
Hello, what's up?
Could we go over to Peterborough for a while? I ask. All of Jose Santiago's old contacts are there. He only just moved here, so anyone who knew him or cared about him will still be over there. I got Zach to cover the store, but I need a car to get there. What do you say? He checks his watch.
I have to stop by the station to file a few reports, but then I'm all yours. Should only take a few minutes."
Great. I hop into his car and wait in the passenger seat while he dashes into the station. 10 minutes later, he comes back and we motor onto the highway on our way to Peterborough.
"All right, detective," he teases. "Who's first?"
Jose's ex-wife. She lives at 75 Hawthorne Street in the Haven subdivision. He nods and easily finds the house. He parks at the curb and eyes me on the side.
"You take the lead on this."
"Me?" I exclaim. "Why me?"
"We're not here in an official capacity. We're just interested citizens. I can't interview anybody as a detective because the investigation hasn't progressed that far. It will go over much better coming from you. You have a knack for getting people to lower their defenses."
I scan the house. It's a typical suburban A-frame, like so many others. It's a cookie-cutter copy of any other house on any other street in the country. "All right, if you say so." I get out of the car. Now that I face the house, a curious sensation creeps up my spine. I never considered myself a professional investigator before. I might not be getting paid, but here I am, leading the way and taking the reins from a truly professional investigator. In the past, I interviewed people and asked questions in a casual, offhand way. I never really invested much in solving these crimes because I considered myself a bystander of very little importance. Maybe I misjudged myself all this time. Maybe I'm a lot better at this than I realized. Maybe I have what it takes to do this job after all. I can't back out with David right behind me either. I march up the steps with more courage than I feel and knock on the door. A man with thinning hair and glasses answers. I give him my brightest smile. "Hi there. We're looking for Marta Santiago." He draws himself up straighter.
"She's Marta Barnes now, and I'm her husband, Jamie Barnes. What's all this about?"
"We just wanted to talk to her about Jose Santiago's death. Do you mind if we ask you a few routine questions? It's nothing serious. We just want to get some information about your last connections with Jose." He holds the door open.
"Okay, come in. Marta's in the conservatory."
He shows us into a living room. A huge glass wall affords a stunning view into a massive greenhouse packed to the ceiling with tropical plants. The minute we walk in, a short, dark-complexioned woman slides aside the double doors and enters.
"These people want to talk to us about Jose's death."
Jamie faces us.
"Neither of us killed him. If you came here to accuse us, you can turn right around and walk out the way you came in."
"We didn't come here to accuse you, but you have to understand you would be the first ones we would want to talk to." I study Marta. "You're Michael's mother, aren't you?"
"Yes, I am," she replies. "But I haven't seen him in a while. He stopped visiting when I married Jamie."
"Why is that? Did the two of them not get along?"
"It was my kids he didn't get along with," Jamie replies. "I have 4 of them from my previous marriage, and Michael had both his parents to himself up until we got married. Then, all of a sudden, he had to compete with all of them for her attention. It was a lot noisier and more chaotic than anything he was used to. He didn't like it."
"He said he would rather stay with his dad than come visit here," Marta adds. "He was 7 at the time. We all figured he was old enough to know his own mind, and we could see the visits only stressed him out. They made him withdrawn and emotionally distraught. We didn't think it was healthy for him to force him to visit under the circumstances. I figured we could pick up our relationship again when he got older.
What about when Jose died? I ask. Didn't the police ask you to take Michael then? He's telling everyone nobody wants him.
The police never asked us to take him. He would have been welcome here, of course. I would never leave my own son out in the cold. I frown. That's odd. I wonder why he said that.
David speaks up behind me. He told the police he couldn't stay with you. That's why they never contacted you.
I turn to Jamie. So, were you on good terms with Jose?
Of course. I had no reason not to be. When the time came to make any major decisions about Michael and visitation and everything, we all got together and discussed it like adults. We were civil, and he didn't argue over taking Michael full time. He agreed with us that it was the best thing for Michael.
I see, I reply. Can you tell me where you both were the night of August 15th, between 9 in the morning and 7:30 that evening?
We were both here the whole time, Jamie tells me. We can prove it.
Really? How?
We run our own business out of the house, he explains. I was upstairs in my office from 9 until about 5 that afternoon. I was logged onto a secure web portal. It records all my web activity the entire time. That will prove I was here and not running over to West End to kill Jose.
And the rest of the time? How about from 5 until 7:30?
We had a plumber here from 4:30 until 6, he replies. And we had the nanny here from 3 until 8. They can all vouch that we were both here.
What about you, Marta? I ask her. Can you prove your whereabouts from 9 until 3?
She points to a computer set up at a desk in the corner.
I was doing video consultations the whole time. I can show you my Skype account. You can see the recorded evidence that I never left this house.
I nod, more to myself than to them.
That's all right. I believe you. Thank you for taking the time to talk to us. David and I leave after a polite goodbye. Once inside his car, I puff out a heavy breath. Well, that was a complete waste of time.
Not at all, he remarks. You ruled them out. That's half the battle. Of course, they would both be the first suspects on anybody's list, and now you can cross them off. So who's second?
Jose's work. He worked at a fire safety consulting firm over on Castle Street. He parks the car in front of a shiny, glass-encrusted office building. He opens my door and gives a sweeping bow with a flourish of his hand.
After you, madam.
Stop that, I snap. His lips twitch, holding back a grin, and he follows me into the building. I ask at the reception desk and get directions to Jose's department. We ride the elevator to the 17th floor. Another receptionist points us to Jose's desk. The calendar by the computer keyboard lies open to the day before his death. A single appointment is scribbled across the page. August 14th, meeting with Tana Ness Scott, George Washington High School, 10 a.m. He hadn't marked any other appointments. While I check the pencil drawer, a man's head pokes over the cubicle wall. I heard you telling Jenny you're here about Jose Santiago's death. Yeah, I reply. Did you know him?
Know him? The man exclaims. I worked with him every day for over 10 years. I knew him better than anybody in this place.
He stuck out his hand.
I'm Rick Myers.
I'm Margaret Nichols, and this is David Graham. Maybe you can tell us if there was anyone around here he was particularly hostile with. Any enemies he might have had, or anything like that?
Enemies? No, Jose didn't have enemies, here or anywhere else. That guy didn't make enemies. He was absolutely level and straight with everyone. Not even troublesome clients got under his skin. He had a way of deflecting tension and animosity, so it turned into nothing. I always wished I could be like him.
You didn't say there was no one who was particularly hostile toward him, I point out. Can you think of anyone he might have had any conflict with? No one is that pure.
Conflict? He chuckles and shakes his head. Well, that's another matter. He and I had conflict. A lot of conflict.
In what way?
In the professional competition way, he replies. Some people who didn't know us thought we didn't like each other. But we were more like frenemies, if you know what I mean.
He laughed out loud when he said it. So, what kind of professional competition did you have? I ask.
Oh, you know how it is, he begins.
No, I don't, I tell him. That's why I'm asking. What did you do?
We competed for clients. We stole clients from each other. We cut each other off at the knees to make sales. We competed for promotions, but it was all in good fun. We used to pull pranks on each other. He used to get so mad.
He bursts out laughing in spite of himself.
Once, I rigged a bucket of water to fall on his head when he was on his way into an important client meeting. He had to face the clients soaked to the skin. I ruined his best suit, he said. He vowed revenge. Everybody in the office knew about it. I guess some people who didn't know us well enough might have mistaken that kind of talk for hatred, but it wasn't. We were friends. It was all friendly competition, and we both enjoyed it.
How do you know Jose enjoyed it? I ask. How do you know he wasn't really mad about it?
Because we spent time together outside of work. We went to the bars together when he didn't have that kid of his to take care of. We talked about stuff. We confided in each other in private where no one would see us. He was the best friend I ever had, and he said the same thing about me to my face more than once. He said he would have gone crazy years ago if he didn't have me pestering him all the time.
He laughs, but it ends with his eyes misting over. He sniffs back tears.
I've really missed that guy. It's not the same around here without him.
I hate to disturb him by asking my next question, but I'm here to investigate a murder, not to offer therapy. Can you tell me where you were between 9 a.m. and 7:30 p.m. on the 15th of August?
He bolts upright, like someone shot him in the backside. His head whips around, and his eyes fly open. Just as fast, he recovers. He wipes the agitated expression off his face and looks away. I was just driving around. I drove to Hartford in the morning. Then I took the rest of the day off and went to the cemetery to visit my father's grave.
His behavior rings alarm bells in my head. I don't suppose anybody can vouch for your whereabouts. He shakes his head and doesn't answer. I brace myself for the hard approach. You know, Rick, I understand you were Jose's friend and everything, but if you can't confirm your whereabouts at the time of his death, you could open yourself up to becoming a suspect in his murder. You wouldn't want that, would you? I peeked over the wall into the next cubicle. Is that your wife and kids in the picture on your desk? He wilts before my eyes.
You can't tell anybody. I mean no one, understand?
Of course not. Whatever you tell us will remain confidential. If you can clear your name with a solid alibi, you'll never see us or any other investigator again. You'll be off the hook.
All right. I was visiting a lady in Hartford. Her name is Chelsea Wilmington. I've been seeing her for the last 2 years. On the side, you know. I don't want my wife to find out, for obvious reasons. That's the only reason I didn't say anything.
Were you with her all day? I ask.
He nods. I left Peterborough at 8:30 in the morning, and I got to her house at 9, so there's no way I could have been in West End at the time.
So what time did you leave her house?
I left at 5, and I drove straight home. She can confirm what time I left her place, and my wife can confirm when I got home. You'll be able to prove I wouldn't have time to go kill Jose. He snorts out loud. Kill Jose. The very idea is ridiculous. I loved that guy like my own brother.
One more question, and we'll leave you to it. Do you happen to know if Jose was seeing anybody? Anybody that might have been sweet on him, that he didn't return their feelings? Does that ring a bell?
He frowns. He never mentioned anything, but I wouldn't expect him to tell me anything like that. He never dated that I know of since he split up with Marta. I don't think he would have told me, even if he had been dating. He wouldn't have said a word until he was ready to walk down the aisle with someone. That's the way he was. He didn't like to invest too much in relationships when he was still worried it might not work out. Heck, he definitely wouldn't have said anything about someone he didn't care for. He would have gotten rid of them and never acknowledged their presence again. He didn't beat around the bush with that kind of thing.
Okay, Rick, I reply. That's all we needed to know. I nod to David and we leave. We both slump in the car. Well, we're batting a perfect 0.
David chuckles. That's another one off the list. Who do we have next?
I don't have any more suspects. I was thinking we could follow up a lead I just picked up in the office.
He cocks his head. Really? What lead is that?
Jose had an appointment the day before his death with someone named Tana Ness Scott at George Washington High School. It must be Michael's teacher.
Okay, I'm game.
He fires up the engine, and we drive to the school. Chapter 8. David parks outside George Washington High School, and we both stare through the chain-link fence. Not a single soul mills around the halls between the buildings or on the playground. No cars occupy the parking lot. The place sits vast and empty and deserted. Summer vacation, I murmur. I completely forgot.
Check the office, David tells me. They can probably tell you where Tana Ness Scott is.
I go to the office and find a lone secretary sitting behind the desk. I catch her in the act of reading a racy romance novel and picking her teeth with a plastic dental flosser. Can you tell me where I can find Tana Ness Scott? I ask. It's related to Jose Santiago's murder investigation. His son, Michael, is a student here, and I believe Miss Ness Scott was his teacher. The secretary perks up, and a palpable wave of relief sweeps over her. Sure. She's a counselor at Fire Ridge Summer Camp right now. It's between here and West End, right off the highway. Thank you. I return to the car. Do you know where Fire Ridge Summer Camp is?
You bet, he replies. It backs right up to town.
He drives there, and I consult with the camp leader to locate Tana Ness Scott. We finally find her standing outside the horse corral, coaching a young girl in her riding form. I ease up to the fence next to her. "Hello, I'm Margaret Nichols. You must be Tana Ness Scott." She shoots a fiery glance over her shoulder at David. She measures him up and down. "What business is that of yours?" "I wanted to ask you a few questions about Jose Santiago, Michael's father. I know you had an appointment with him the day before his death." "Yeah, but that appointment was strictly school business," she returns. "I didn't kill him, if that's what you're trying to imply." "I'm not implying anything. I just want to ask you about your meeting with him, especially since school isn't currently in session. Can you tell me what it was about?" "It was about Michael, of course," she snaps. "I don't have meetings with parents that don't concern their children. I don't go sticking my nose into parents' private lives." "I never said you did." I keep my voice low. The more shrill and agitated she gets, the calmer I become. "So, what did you talk to Jose about?" "I understand Michael's a model student. Were you concerned about his academic achievement in the upcoming school year?" "It wasn't his academic achievement that concerned me," she replies. "It was his creative genius. That boy is the most talented artist to come through my class in years, and that petty, narrow-minded father of his was just going to let it all go to waste. I tried to convince him to send Michael to art school. That's what the meeting was about." "What did Jose say about it?" I ask. "He refused me flat. I couldn't believe it. All he cared about was the money. He couldn't see the forest for the trees. He cared about one thing and one thing only, and that was college. I tried to tell him Michael would be a lot happier getting an art degree than going to a regular college. I also told him he could get scholarships and student loans to cover it, but Jose just shook his head and walked away. He didn't care about his son at all." "I wouldn't go as far as that," I murmur. "He worked insane hours to provide for his son. If he couldn't afford art school, he probably didn't see any point in discussing it. Maybe the whole subject made him upset that he couldn't give his son those luxuries." "Luxuries?" she gasps. "You call that a luxury? Giving a talent like that the training he needs to become a successful professional artist is not a luxury. It's a necessity." I purse my lips. I should let it go, but her attitude irks me. Food is a necessity. Clothes are necessities. A roof over your head and a heater that runs in the winter, those are necessities. If he couldn't afford art school, he would have no reason to short Michael on real necessities trying to make it happen. I'm sure you rubbed him the wrong way, making it out to be a necessity when it wasn't one. She pierces me to the marrow with devilish brown eyes. You're just like him. You people just don't understand the value of the arts. All you see is the bottom line. I heave a sigh. These questions have drained me of all energy. Okay, Tana, we can agree to disagree on that one. Can you tell me where you were from 9 in the morning on August 15th and 7:30 the same evening? I was right here. I never left the camp. Can you prove that? I ask. Can anyone confirm that you were really here all that time? She waves her hand at the forest surrounding us. Well, look at this place. I left my car in Peterborough, so I couldn't exactly leave. I would have to walk 25 miles to get anywhere. I nod. Okay, Tana. Thanks for your time. She turns back to what she's doing. David and I return to his car.
What do you make of that? He asks me.
She was awfully defensive about talking to us, I remark. She seems upset about something.
That's what I thought too.
He starts the motor and crunches down the dirt road to the highway. I get out my phone and bring up a map. When the car stops, David startles me out of a deep thought. I look up to find we're parked in front of the police station.
What are you looking at?
He asked. I'm checking a map of the area. I hold it up. I'm checking to see how far it would be to walk from that camp to West End. It's right over that mountain over there. He cracks a grin.
So you thought of that too. I should have known you would pick that up.
I don't buy her alibi that she didn't leave the camp.
She might have been able to leave it, but that doesn't mean she did. Campers and other counselors would have seen her around the camp that day. They would have noticed if she suddenly disappeared.
I put my phone away and round on him. Here's what I don't understand. That note in his calendar said, Tana Ness Scott, George Washington High School, 10 a.m. When I first read it, I thought he meant he was meeting her at the school. But if it was summer vacation, they probably wouldn't have met there. They would have met somewhere else. But if she was at camp, they would have had to meet there, don't you think? He scowls at the trees around us.
You're right.
I don't really see her doing that. And here's the other thing, I go on. She might be working as a live-in camp counselor, but she has to have a day off sometime. What does she do then? Does she just mooch around the camp all day? She might have had time to walk into town.
If she did, everyone would see her walking away in broad daylight. We know this killer is detail-oriented and meticulous about covering all the bases. If she killed Jose, she wouldn't make a mistake like that.
I wonder if there's any way to connect her with that poisonous plant. A plant as unusual as that is bound to leave a trail of its own. He starts the motor and drives me into town.
You go worry your bones somewhere else, Miss Nichols. I have to get back to my desk.
He parks in front of the candy store, but before he can say anything or I can say goodbye, Zach comes rushing out. He sticks his head in David's window.
Thank God you two are back. Would you please come inside for a minute, Detective? There's something I have to show you. I can't stop to look at it now, David replies. I have to get back to work.
No, you need to come take a look, Zach insists. This is directly related to Jose Santiago's murder. David and I exchange glances. This isn't like Zach at all. We both get out of the car and go into the store. I look around. I don't see anything so shocking. He waves us to the back room and shuts the door behind us. Then he fishes a stack of paper scraps from under a box of gummy bears. He shoves them at David, and his voice quavers when he speaks. Look, I found these all over the store this morning. When I unlocked the door, they were everywhere. Look at them. David and I study a bunch of cryptic, squiggly lines and designs decorating each piece of paper. No words, no calligraphy incantations, just weird curves, dots, arrow points, and spirals. David leafs through them.
Who would leave these lying around?
Whoever it is, I reply. They're guilty of breaking and entering. I don't know how they got into the store with the doors locked, but that's against the law.
It looks like something related to witchcraft, David remarks. Maybe the coven over on the other side of town had something to do with this.
They aren't real witches, I tell him. I spent an evening with them. They're just a bunch of frustrated housewives who get together to vent and share a few laughs.
Then who drew these?
He holds up the sheets.
That scene at Jose's house might not have been the real deal, but this sure looks like it.
Keep your shorts on, Sonny, I tell him. Don't get all hysterical about witches and stuff. That scene at Jose's house was a setup to distract us and to throw us off the case. And this is more of the same. The killer probably knows we're investigating the occult, so they're playing on our suspicions and our fears.
Maybe, but I'm taking these into evidence.
He stuffs the papers into his pocket.
I'll send the forensics team around to dust this place for prints, but I don't like our chances. It's been hours since someone put these in here, and your prints will have wiped theirs away if the person didn't already do it for us. I'll see you two later. Call me the minute anything else comes up.
Zach goes back to work. He looks relieved to have the dastardly evidence out of the store, and I walk home. The minute I set foot in the neighborhood, a prickle sparks over my nerves. I sense something out of place long before I get to the house. I dread going inside, and when I turn the key in the lock, my heart nearly stops beating. Thousands of those tiny scraps of paper flutter over the floor, on the dining room table, on the couches and chairs, down the stairs, and into the hall. They form a carpet of confetti all over my house. My house! I gape at the sight. My brain refuses to comprehend what happened. From my position in the doorway, I can clearly distinguish the curlicue patterns on each small piece. Each of those thousands of scraps of paper bears a different symbol, a spiral ending in an arrowhead, parallel lines with a few dots strategically positioned around them, a stick man with a lightning bolt coming out of one hand. I shudder, and the spell holding me shatters. I step backward onto the porch and pull the door closed. My hands fumble getting my phone out of my pocket. I touch the button to text David. You said to let you know the minute something came up. It's here. Come to my house right away. Send. I sit on the front porch until he pulls up in his squad car. I would give anything to smoke a cigarette right now, but I never touched that stuff before, and I'm not about to start. David scowls at me.
So, what's going on?
I jerk my head toward the door. Take a look for yourself. He swings the door open and stops. He doesn't enter. He just stares straight ahead, the same way I did.
Oh my God.
He shuts the door without entering. His hands tremble as he taps buttons on his phone. Then he holds a clipped, one-sided conversation with someone.
Hey, Bruce. Yup. I know what I said, but I need you to divert to 65 Chestnut Street. Yeah, I'll meet you when you get here.
He hangs up and sinks into a chair next to me.
The forensics team is on their way right now. They'll do a full workup on the house.
I nod, too stunned to answer.
I think it's time I picked up Cheryl Whitfield, he mutters. I think she has some questions to answer.
I snap out of my stupor. The coven didn't do this.
That's what you keep saying, but I don't hear you coming up with any other suggestions about who would do this.
Think about it, I tell him. The members of the coven are mothers and wives. A bunch of them are single mothers who work their fingers to the bone keeping their kids alive. They would never jeopardize that by doing something illegal like this. Whoever did this has no one depending on them. They don't care about doing something illegal because there's no one waiting for them at home. I'm telling you, the coven didn't do this.
He nods. I hear what you're saying. I'll play it your way for now, but if you don't come up with something pretty quick, or if they pull anything else around this town, I'll have no choice but to intervene. Understand?
I close my eyes and bow my head. I understand. He lays his big hand on my knee and gives it a squeeze.
Maybe you and Zach should find another place to stay for a few days. The house is going to feel pretty creepy for a while. You know what they say about that house anyway.
I snort. I know, and there's nothing creepy about it. The forensics people will take all the papers away, won't they?
Yes, they'll take them into evidence, along with the ones Zach found at the store.
Then I'm staying, I declare. This is my house, and I'm not going to let some moron with a sick sense of humor drive me out of it.
Okay, take it easy. I'll check in on you later.
Chapter 9. The next day, I pace up and down behind the counter at the candy store, casting sidelong glances around the street outside. I don't like to admit it, even to myself, but the events of the last 24 hours really are freaking me out. I don't want to be alone, even in my own candy store, but I refuse to tell Zach or David that. I put on a brave face and muscle through. The whole town seems to cower under a cloud of apprehension and uncertainty. Hardly any customers come into the store, and I don't see anybody on the street outside either. While I make one lap after another, back and forth behind the counter, a familiar, bony figure emerges from my right. A tall, gaunt woman in a tweed riding suit takes a few steps down the sidewalk, stops to cast a wary look over her shoulder, and then proceeds the rest of the way to my door. Simone Peretti, the proprietress of the antiques shop down the street, steals inside. Instead of greeting me, she peers through the windows at nothing in particular. I do my best to sound cheerful. "Good morning, Simone. How are you today?" She doesn't answer. She stalks down the windows without taking her eyes off Main Street. I wait. After a few minutes' silence, she casts an anxious look around the store. "Have you experienced anything unusual lately, Margaret?" I have to chuckle. Nothing more unusual than anything else, now that you mention it. Why? Did something unusual happen to you? Her scrawny hand drifts to her pinched mouth. I've never seen her so pensive and on edge before. She always carries herself about 7 miles above everything around her. "I was in my shop just now." She pauses to take another long, nervous look up and down the street. "You were in your shop just now?" I prompt. "Did anything happen?" "I was making myself a cup of tea the way I always do, and you know that big mirror behind the front desk?" I nod. "I poured the boiling water into my teapot, and I looked up into the mirror the way I always do. I could swear I saw a face in the steam looking back at me. It was a most distinct human face with hard, bitter eyes." She drifts off. Her voice dwindles to a whisper. I study her from behind. This is definitely out of character for her. I always rely on her dry sense of harsh reality to counteract some of the more flighty and suggestible members of the community. If all this witch stuff is getting to Simone, What might the other residents of West End be thinking? In answer to my thoughts, a door slams across the street. Simone and I both turn to see Mr. Stewart hustle out of his dog grooming parlor directly opposite the candy store. He checks both ways and tears across the street. He bolts through my door before he notices Simone standing there. He barely gives her a passing glance. He barges right up to the counter and lowers his voice to a husky whisper.
"Do you know what just happened over in my shop, Margaret?"
"No," I reply. "What?"
"I was in the middle of shampooing Jonah Davidson, you know."
I know Kyle Davidson's enormous Alsatian very well. I greet that dog every morning when I leave the house. A more sedate, intelligent, insightful dog never graced God's green earth.
"I was in the middle of shampooing him," Mr. Stewart whispers, "and he suddenly decided to shake all the soap and water off of his coat."
"I don't see anything so unusual about that," I remark. "Dogs must do that to you all the time."
"It's not that," he rasps. "It was the water. He shook it all off, and it made a giant fountain of spray. But the droplets didn't fall. That's what I'm trying to tell you. They hung there in mid-air for several minutes. They didn't fall. They formed a great cloud of water droplets, all suspended in the air around the dog. It looked like a mist in a perfect sphere around the animal. I never saw anything like it in my life."
I glance at Simone. She stands riveted to the spot, taking in every word with wide, staring eyes.
"Something mysterious is going on in this town, Margaret," Mr. Stewart hisses. "I don't know what it is, but dark forces are afoot."
I open my mouth to say there must be a logical explanation for all this, or something ridiculously banal like that. Before I get the words out, loud footsteps ring down the sidewalk outside. Stacy Kuntz dashes inside, slams the door, and shoots the bolt. "Hey!" I exclaim. "Don't do that! We're still open!" Stacy doesn't answer. She peeks through the windows. Then she starts creeping around the same way Simone did. When she finally faces us, her eyes bug out of her cherry-red face.
"Something weird is happening around here. You won't believe what just happened."
"What?"
Mr. Stewart and Simone both exclaim at once. Stacy approaches the counter and waves the others to join her. They all put their heads together while Stacy whispers out her awful tale.
"I was over in my cafe just now. We were getting ready to set up the salad bar for lunch, and I went over to the ice machine. I opened the door, and this big plume of steam came out of it. I swear it had the form of a dragon spitting more steam right into my face."
Simone gasps.
"The same thing happened to me. I saw a face in the steam, only it was a human face."
"I wasn't the only one who saw it,"
Stacy goes on.
"2 of my employees were standing right there. One of them screamed in horror and dropped the cottage cheese on the floor. It was horrible."
My heart skips a beat. I have to stop this crazy talk before I, too, start to believe strange doings are going on around this town.
"I bet it was that witch's coven on the other side of town,"
Stacy goes on.
"I bet they put a hex on the whole town so we'll all be cursed."
"Hold your horses, all of you," I interject. The coven didn't do anything to you." Simone compresses her thin lips.
"I say we march over there and run them all out of house and home this very minute. How are decent, peace-loving people supposed to survive and earn a living in a town under a curse?"
"I say we get the police to deal with them," Mr. Stewart declares. "What do we pay their salaries for if they can't protect us from monsters like this?" Now I know I have to intervene before this turns into a lynch mob. "We pay the police to keep law and order, and that means making sure someone really has committed a crime before they get arrested or punished or thrown out of house and home." Stacy pulls out her phone.
"I'm calling 911 right now."
"I'm going to get Kyle Davidson." Mr. Stewart lays his hand on the doorknob. "I know he has plenty of weapons in his house. He can help us round them up." An electric charge torches through me. I rocket at him and slam the door shut just as he pulls it open. The force of the blow tears the knob out of his hand. I spin around and snatch Stacy's phone out of her hand. "None of you is going anywhere until you see sense," I bark. "Do you hear what you're saying? You want to call 911 for seeing shapes in steam? Do you hear how ridiculous that sounds? You want to grab a bunch of assault rifles and go shoot up the neighborhood because a cloud of water droplets hung suspended in the air? Come on, people. You're all intelligent adults, and you've all got businesses to run. You can't go jumping at ghosts, and you can't call the cops for something that, first of all, wasn't a crime, and second of all, wasn't even remotely dangerous. No one did anything to you. Okay, so you saw a few things that were out of the ordinary. That's it. Now leave it at that and get back to your stores before you make even bigger idiots of yourselves than you already are." The three of them stare at me with their mouths open. I struggle to steady my breathing. My heart thunders in my neck. My body trembles with a mixture of fear and rage. All at once, Mr. Stewart pulls the door open and scoots back to his grooming parlor. Simone regards me for a moment. Her papery eyelids droop when she blinks. Then she slips outside and glides away down the sidewalk. Stacy lowers her gaze and mutters under her breath,
"Sorry, Margaret. I guess we all got a little carried away."
I hand her phone back and nod toward the cafe next door. "Get out of here and let's all pretend it never happened." She takes her phone and vanishes. I retreat to my little closet of an office and collapse into my rickety old desk chair. I bury my face in my hands and draw several ragged sighs. This case has gotten way out of hand. Everybody is walking a tightrope between superstitious fear of the unknown and trying to function in a world that claimed not to believe in all that mumbo-jumbo. I'm no better than they are. That's the worst part. I can't trust myself to stay focused on reality anymore. After those notes appeared in my house and in the store, I find myself checking over my shoulder, too. What if someone in town is out to get me? What if there is a witch in town, an evil witch, who wants to curse me? I shudder at the thought. What did I ever do to inspire that kind of ire? Well, I tried to put Jose's killer in jail, for one thing. The killer wanted to make Jose's death look like witchcraft, when it was anything but. Still, what if the killer did dabble in magic. Why shouldn't they use their skills to foil the investigation? It stands to reason they would at least try. Chapter 10. I turn the key in the candy store lock and about jump out of my skin when a firm tread approaches me down the sidewalk. I whip around and my hand flies to my heart. "Man, you scared me!" David smiles.
Everyone in town is a little jumpy right now, I'd say. I'm here to walk you home like we agreed.
I slip my hand through his elbow. I'd be very grateful if you did. I don't like the idea of walking home in the dark right now. We set off down the street.
How was your day?
He asks. Do you mean selling candy to children? Or do you mean thwarting a lynch mob set to burn the neighborhood to the ground to get rid of the devil-worshipping menace? He shakes his head and clucks his tongue.
I didn't know it had gone as far as that.
They wanted to call 911 for seeing apparitions in mirrors and stuff like that. You would have heard all about it if I hadn't stopped them.
I appreciate that. I did some digging, too. I discovered those weird symbols we found in your house and at the store are called sigils. They represent intentions the spellcaster wants to focus their magic on. They're designed to concentrate the spellcaster's subconscious mind on their goal.
Fan-freaking-tastic, I mutter. That's just what I need.
Here's what I want to know.
He speaks in an absent way to the darkening landscape around him.
Someone obviously went to a lot of effort to learn that. Someone must have studied magic in a serious way to get that far advanced. It goes way beyond drawing pentagrams on the ground and lighting some incense. I mean, even a clod like me knows about that stuff, but I never heard of a sigil before. Someone knew about this and developed all those sigils, hundreds of them. That tells me this is no weekend hobbyist. This person is a card-carrying professional.
I nod. I don't like the subject, but now that he brings it up, I have no choice but to face it head on. I thought of that too. The killer created that fake ritual around Jose's dead body. They knew we were bound to figure out it was a fake. They knew we would assume the case had nothing to do with the occult, when it really did. So they developed, a double blind. It was pretty clever of them.
So why would they give themselves away by leaving all their sigils lying around? He asks. Wouldn't you think they would want to keep their real magic a secret?
I agree, it would be a pretty stupid move, except for one thing.
What's that?
He asks. The coven. When you think about it, it really was a stroke of genius. Everyone in town is blaming the coven for Jose's death and for the weird stuff going on around town. People want to blame the coven for every little thing that happens. So, what does the killer do? They plant these sigils of theirs around my house and my store to make it look like the coven did that too. It's the perfect cover for casting their real spells.
I don't necessarily see it that way, he remarks. I still think the coven had something to do with it. From where I stand, it's a little too inconvenient that a real witches' coven could be sitting right there in town and have nothing to do with this.
I measure my words before I speak. A full-on frontal assault on Detective David Graham never works. Arguing accomplishes nothing to change his mind, so I adopt a more subtle approach. And what do you say was their motive? None of the women in the coven knew Jose from a hole in the ground. He just moved here, and they've all been here for years. Whoever killed him was heavily interested in developing a relationship with him. That sort of thing takes time.
Not necessarily,
he counters.
People can fall in love pretty fast. Psychos who kill people tend to project their own feelings onto the other person. A complete stranger could have fallen in love with him and developed a persecution fantasy that he didn't love them back. That would explain why he threw away her flowers and her cards. She could have gotten mad that he didn't return her feelings and killed him. It fits the MO so far.
I still don't buy it, I reply. If that was the case, she would have had to shadow him. She would have had to know where he lived. She would have had to come into contact with him somewhere, and that means Peterborough. He stops in front of my house.
Let's leave it alone for tonight, okay? We're both full of ideas. Try to get some sleep. We'll meet up tomorrow and see if we can put our heads together on this.
All right. I rise up on my tiptoes and kiss him on the cheek. Then I turn away toward the house. See you tomorrow. He grabs my arm and yanks me back.
Hold it right there. You don't think you're getting away with that pathetic excuse for a kiss, are you?
I burst into a grin, and he gathers me in his arms. I let his warm presence enfold me, and his satiny lips touch mine. When he releases his hold, his startling blue eyes shine down into mine.
Good night.
I can barely speak above a whisper. Good night. At that moment, Zach explodes out of the house and rushes at us.
Mom, detective, you have to come inside right away.
I settle back to earth. What now?
Come take a look.
David and I follow him inside. Zach bustles into the living room and lifts back the carpet. He points down at an embroidered pouch pressed flat between the carpet and the floor. I bend low to examine it. What is that?
I didn't dare touch it until you came home,
Zach replies. David slips on a latex glove and pries open the strings holding the pouch closed.
It looks like some kind of herb. That's weird.
There's more. Look over here. Zach shows us into the kitchen, where he reveals another pouch tucked behind the sugar crock in the pantry.
I found it when I started making lasagna for dinner.
David checks the contents and freezes. All color vanishes from his face, and he stares into the pouch with a stunned expression. What is it? I ask. What's in it? He shoves it at me and whips out his phone. I glance down into the pouch. It's filled with dozens of human teeth. Fillings or rims of gold shine on some of them. A few have their roots broken off, but most are perfectly intact. David marches around the kitchen, snapping orders into his phone.
Send 3 squad cars to 134 Cherry Tree Lane, West End. Arrest Cheryl Whitfield and anyone else connected with that coven of hers. I don't care. Just take them into custody. We'll question them all down at the station and get to the bottom of this.
He hangs up and starts rummaging through my kitchen drawers. Is that really necessary? I ask him. You don't have any evidence the coven did this. He pulls out 2 Ziploc bags and holds one open to me.
That's what you keep saying, but we have all these women practicing witchcraft right here in full view of everyone. It would be foolish not to treat them as the most obvious suspects.
Maybe that's what the killer wants you to do. I drop the bag of teeth into the Ziploc.
I'll let you know if we come up with anything, he replies. But the lynch mob would be after me if I didn't at least question the coven about this. You 2 stay inside tonight. I don't want to see you in the hospital tomorrow morning.
He puts the bag of herbs in another Ziploc. Zach and I watch him walk away into the night. That guy never shies away from walking around town after dark. He isn't afraid of ghosts or rustling leaves in the gutter. Zach murmurs in my ear.
Do you think someone is trying to put a curse on us, Mom?
I doubt it. I do my best to sound more certain than I really am. If I had to guess, I would say someone is trying to make us think they're trying to curse us. They're trying to scare us, that's all. He passes his hand across his forehead. They're succeeding. I'm going to bed. I hope you don't mind if I leave the hall light on tonight. I don't mind, sweetheart. I kiss him. Do whatever makes you feel safe. He climbs the stairs, but I remain standing at the window. I gaze out into the dark neighborhood for a long time. My mind spins through a dozen possibilities. Let's say someone is just trying to scare us, or me, more specifically. Let's say they want to spook me off the case. Let's say the killer faked that ritual at Jose's house, and now they want to fake using magic, first to scare me off, and second, to cast suspicion on the coven. If that's true, the killer wouldn't use real sigils. Unless the killer was a dentist or a dental assistant, they went to some trouble collecting all those teeth. Besides, dentists have to dispose of teeth using biohazard protocols for isolating human tissue. They don't leave them lying around for would-be sorcerers to collect. The scene at Jose's house was fake, but the sigils and the 2 pouches are really, horrifyingly real. They're intended to cast real magic on me, to interfere with the murder investigation. I would be willing to bet the killer put similar charms around David's house and possibly his work for the same purpose. He's probably too busy and too focused even to notice something like that. If that's the case, if the killer undertook the study of magic as a real endeavor, then it follows that they would have used their skills and knowledge to try to enchant Jose into loving her. We can probably safely assume the killer is a woman. Jose was a straight guy, and most gay guys I know are too sensible and intelligent to develop a psychotic fantasy romance with a straight man. Okay, so our killer is a woman. A woman who knew Jose pretty well. She fell hard for Jose, but he didn't return the favor. So, what did she do? She used her magic to try to make him love her. If she went to the effort of putting sigils and charms around my house, it stands to reason she did the same thing around Jose's house. I listen. No sound comes from upstairs, and David is miles away, up to his neck in arresting the coven. No one will see me slip over to Jose's house to check. I drop my handbag on the hall table and tiptoe out of the house. I ease the door shut so as not to disturb Zach. I hurry across the street and down the block. I dive under the cordon tape and don't stop until I reach the entrance hall in Jose's big house. The place echoes like a mausoleum. It will probably be years before someone buys this house again. I walk straight past the sitting room with its tape outline of Jose's body. The killer wouldn't leave her spells in the same room she designed as a fake display to fool the authorities. She would put them somewhere intimate. I trot up the stairs to a long corridor lined with doors. David searched up here before, but he probably wasn't looking for magical devices. I wander down the hall, throwing open doors. Sealed boxes crowd nearly every room. All except 2 bedrooms. Posters of skateboarders, rock stars, and scantily clad models adorn the walls of the first bedroom. The whole place has "teenage boy" written all over it. I smile to myself and close the door. I know enough about raising a teenage boy to recognize a normal one's bedroom when I see it. I also know enough never to tell a living soul, especially not Michael himself, what I saw there. The second bedroom bears all the hallmarks of a responsible adult male. A chocolate brown bedspread covers the immaculately made-up bed. A large-screen TV hangs from the opposite wall. The remote rests on the bedside table, along with a phone charger and a laptop computer. This was Jose's inner sanctum. If the killer put charms anywhere, it would be here. I hesitate in the doorway to survey the place. If I was a practicing witch and I wanted to magic a man into loving me, where would I put my spells? I circle the bed first. The killer wouldn't put the charms anywhere Jose would find them. I get down on my knees and run my hands under the mattress. I thrust my arms up to the shoulder and sweep them sideways until my fingers touch a lump of fabric. I pull out a similarly embroidered pouch like the one from my kitchen. My heart flutters when I tug the strings loose, but I don't find any teeth. Thank the stars for that. The pouch contains a mixture of plant material, including rose petals, dandelion heads, and a bunch of powdered leaves, too small to identify. I leave the pouch lying on the bed and scrutinize the rest of the room. Where else might the killer have put one of those surreptitious charms? She would have put them close enough to touch Jose without him noticing. His clothes, of course. I migrate to the dresser and open the drawers. I rummage in his sock drawer and even his underwear drawer. That in itself should give me the creeps, but I guess I'm already thinking of myself as a private investigator. I don't find anything in his sock or underwear drawer, so I turn my attention to his pants. Still nothing. I slide open his shirt drawer. It contains a lot of white cotton undershirts. That makes sense. Jose worked in an office. He must have worn these under his business shirts. That's why they were so soft. Some even have slight fraying around the neck and sleeves. I run my hand along the back of the drawer. Sure enough, there it is. Another one of those pouches. This one contains the same combination of plants. So I was right. The killer tried to charm Jose into caring about her, but it didn't work. That guy had his priorities in order and his head screwed on straight. No one could steal his heart against his will. I carry both pouches downstairs. I find 2 Ziploc bags in the kitchen and seal the pouches inside. See? I am learning a few things from David after all. Chapter 11. I pass the next day in a state of mental quiet. I find myself gazing through the store windows as much as ever, but my mind remains still and subdued after my discoveries last night. I keep the 2 zip-locked pouches of herbs under the counter to turn over to the police, but I don't see David all day. No doubt he's got his hands full processing all the women from the coven. My mind wanders far away from the candy store I love so much. Is it possible my heart isn't really in this store anymore? After several successful months, the venture no longer occupies my every waking thought. I don't sweat and fuss over it the way I did in the early days. I can run it with my eyes closed. I can't say the same thing about a murder case, though. I have to puzzle and tease and nag it like a dog over its bone. I mean, how does someone get into magic in the first place? If I wanted to cast a love spell on a man to make him fall for me, how would I do it? Sure, I could look up anything online. There must be thousands of armchair witches all over the world who learned everything they knew from the internet. What else? Where would I go to learn about sigils and plants and human teeth and things like that? While I consider my options, my eyes scan the town. I trace over Mr. Stewart's dog grooming parlor, the vacant lot next door to it, the used bookstore, the bookstore, of course! Why didn't I think of that before? After the killer scoured the internet for every scrap of information she could find, she would turn to books. Anybody who wanted to learn anything about anything always followed that process. I'm assuming, of course, that the killer came from Peterborough. She would have ransacked every bookstore in town, and then what? She came to West End in the days before Jose died. She probably cased his house and shadowed him around. Maybe, just maybe, she got a book from here. She probably wanted to cover her tracks. That would make it more likely that she would buy a book from here instead of in Peterborough itself. I could hope to get that lucky, at least. My blood burns in my veins. I itch to get out there. But just then, a Girl Scout troop comes in to buy candy for a piñata at a party they're having over the weekend. After that, a grandmother enters with her grandson. He takes almost an hour to select just the right lollipop, but I sense he just wants to be around the candy for as long as possible. By the time they leave me alone, the clock hands are creeping up toward noon. I dash out and skid down the street to the bookstore. I cringe when a musical bell announces my arrival. A tall man in bottle-end glasses emerges from among the dusty stacks. He blinks through his spectacles at me. "Well, upon my word, if it isn't Miss Margaret Nichols, to what do we owe the pleasure?" I smile at his use of the royal we. I hold out my hand. "You're Horace Bentley, aren't you? I've been dying to meet you for ages." He shakes my hand heartily and smiles in undisguised pleasure. "Likewise, I keep hearing so much about you. It's a pleasure to welcome you to my humble establishment. What can I do for you? I didn't peg you as the used book type." I chuckle. "Actually, I'm here about a murder case I'm working on." His eyes snap open. "Oh, really? How exciting! What can I do for you?" "Do you carry books on magic and witchcraft and stuff like that?" His mouth falls open with a gasp. "Oh, that. I should have known. The whole town is abuzz with it." "Yes, I know. So, do you?" I ask. "Do you carry books like that?" "I do." He escorts me to a back corner and waves to a shelf. A fleeting glance at the titles shows me everything I could want and more. "Are you looking for anything in particular?" I'm not, but I'm wondering if Jose Santiago's killer was looking for something in particular. Did anyone buy a book on magic from you recently? He blinks at me. Then he looks at the books. He shifts his weight from one foot to the other. I wait for him to say something. "Horace?" I ask. "Did you hear me?" He gestures to the rear of the shop, where a bead curtain hides another room. He walks there, pauses, and casts a significant glance over his shoulder before he slips out of sight. I breeze through the curtain to find him in a tiny office. Layers of dust cover everything except a high-powered computer on the desk. Horace leans close and hisses into my ear.
"No one bought any of those books recently, but one of them did go missing. I couldn't tell you exactly when, because I only inventory the stock once every 6 months. I noticed it gone a few days ago, but someone could have stolen it any time between now and last Easter."
"What book was it?" I hardly dare ask.
"It was a book of love potions," he whispers. "Very rare and very expensive. It went out of print decades ago. You just can't get that information anymore. I could wring the cockroach's neck for stealing it."
"That makes sense," I remark. "The person obviously couldn't get the information off the internet."
"Definitely not," he exclaims.
They could have found out about the book on the web, though. I'm certain of that. It's a famous book, and it's mentioned in lots of places as the definitive guide to love potions. I even advertised it for sale on eBay and Etsy. If someone wanted to find it, they could have found out I had a copy and then come and pinched it. Really, a book that rare and valuable, I should have kept it under lock and key. He punches his bony fist into his left hand to emphasize his irritation at the thief. I nod. Thank you, Horace. That's a big help. Could you tell me the name of the book? It's Friar Paulino's Recipes and Herbarium. I even have a few scans of some of the pages that I took for the ad. Nothing comprehensive, you understand, but enough to give a potential buyer a sense that the book was authentic. Do you mind if I see the scans? He jumps on his computer and navigates to a handful of photos of rough printed pages. One shows a spell titled, For a Fond Heart. A few lines list the ingredients for the potion, but not the quantities or the preparation instructions. My eyes skip down the list. Rose petals, dandelion heads, comfrey leaves, dried and powdered. The hairs on the back of my neck rise on end. Would you mind emailing these scans, Horace? I don't have to, he replies. You can get them off eBay. I was going to take the ad down, but I didn't get around to it. Just look up that book title. I can guarantee you it's the only listing for that book. Thank you. That's a big help. He bursts into a smile that radiates out of his gaunt face. Anything I can do to help, you just let me know. I bolt back to the candy store, bubbling with the information. The very first thing I do is look up the ad on my office computer. I download the images to my hard drive, just in case something happens to the ad. Then I jot down the book title, Friar Paulino's Recipes and Herbarium. So, on top of everything else, the killer stole that book from Horace's shop and used the spell on Jose. Too bad it didn't work. The book must be out of print because the spells were bogus. Nearing closing time, I get a text from David.
Sorry I can't walk you home tonight. I'm under the water with paperwork from last night's mass arrest. Can you survive the disappointment?
I grin to myself. I just might have to put a hex on you for this. He sends back a picture of a laughing emoji. I don't mind him not walking me home tonight. I have something important I need to do. Darkness settles over the countryside by the time I lock the candy store, but I don't go home. I cross town and enter the other neighborhood. I retrace my steps to Cheryl Whitfield's house. To my surprise, I find Cheryl, her husband Oscar, whom I saw on the phone the last time I visited, and her 2 children standing on the sidewalk outside. Oscar speaks into his phone again. Cheryl clutches a sobbing little boy against her side, and her face is pinched with agitation. She casts fiery glares at the houses on all sides. I walk up to her. Is anything wrong, Cheryl? You tell me. She waves toward the house. Just take a look at that and tell me if anything's wrong. Then I hear that the other kids threw rotten tomatoes at Joey at school today, so you tell me if anything's wrong. I look at her house. Someone scrawled witch in big black spray-painted letters across the white siding. When I look down at the little boy, he hides his tear-streaked face in his mother's thigh. The girl hovers close to her parents, too. The whole family keeps searching the surroundings for hidden threats. Oscar puts his phone away. The nearest motel is in Peterborough, and they're all booked up for tonight. We can't stay in Peterborough, Cheryl returns. The kids have school tomorrow, and you've got work. Do you need a place to stay tonight? I ask. Well, we can't stay here. Cheryl snaps. "I'll be ripped if I let my children spend the night in that house." "We're leaving town," Oscar adds. "We'll find another place to stay, and then we're selling the house. We don't want to stay in a town where people treat each other like this." I take a deep breath to calm myself. "Listen, I won't try to convince you to give West End another chance, but if you need a place to stay tonight, you're all welcome at my house. We have plenty of extra rooms all set up for guests. You'll be safe there. If you still want to leave town, at least you'll have somewhere comfortable to stay while you make your plans. The kids can keep going to their school until you move." Cheryl fires a harsh glance my way, but I already detect her features softening. A little kindness goes a long way when someone gets harassed and abused for no reason. Oscar shrugs and looks away, and the daughter, Emily, peers up at me with pathetic hope. I follow up my initial advantage. "Not everyone in West End is like the people who did this. Some of us know you didn't have anything to do with the stuff going on in this town. I tried to convince Detective Graham that your group wasn't involved in Jose Santiago's death. I'm pretty sure he knows it, too, but he had to do his job. I know you're all upset right now. Just come to my house. You can spend the night there. Heck, you can spend the next month there if you want to. Just come. You'll be comfortable there, at least for tonight, and you can decide tomorrow what you want to do. What do you say?" Cheryl's mouth wrenches. "All right, just for one night." "Great. I see you have your own car. I'll meet you over there. It's the old Barrowman house on the other side of town." "I know where it is," Cheryl growls. I do my best to ignore her attitude, reminding myself she's been through one doozy of an ordeal, last night and then today. "Great. I'm walking, so give me a minute to warn my son Zach that you're coming." Chapter 12. I hurry across town to my house and burst through the door just as the Whitfield's car noses up to the curb outside. "Zach!" I call as soon as I walk in. "Zach, where are you?"
"I'm right here, Mom."
He appears from the kitchen.
"Where's the fire?"
"A family of 4 is coming to spend the night and maybe longer. Are you making dinner? Oh, good. Can you make extra? Great," I say when he nods. "I'll just welcome them inside and then I'll go upstairs to make sure the guest rooms are all set up."
"Whoa, slow down, Mom,"
he exclaims.
"Who are these people anyway?"
"The Whitfields from across town. Cheryl Whitfield is the leader of that coven, and their house was vandalized this evening, and her son was harassed at school. They don't feel safe in their own home, so I invited them here." He blinks down at me.
"You invited the leader of the coven to stay here?"
"Why not? I keep telling everyone they're harmless. Besides, they had nowhere else to stay. And I couldn't exactly leave them standing on the pavement, could I?"
"Why not?" he asks. "Why did you have to bring them here? You know they're the ones who cursed us."
"They did not." I look at him in disbelief. "Really, Zachary, I'm surprised at you. They're just ordinary people."
"Yeah, and the person who killed Jose was just an ordinary person, too. I'm surprised you would even suggest it, Mom. Does Detective Graham know you're doing this?"
I narrow my eyes at him and lower my voice to a dangerous growl.
"Now you listen here, young man. I'm a grown woman, and I'm your mother. This is my house, and I still make the decisions around here. I don't need your permission or David Graham's permission to judge a person's character.
And I think I know a sight more about the Jose Santiago murder case than you do. I invited these people to stay with us as long as they need to until they get on their feet, and that's exactly what I'm going to do. If you don't like it, you can find another place to live." He doesn't say anything else. I leave him standing there, gaping, and march to the front door to greet the Whitfields. I wave them inside. Come in, come in. Make yourselves at home in the living room. This is my son, Zach. He was just making dinner. Weren't you, Zachary? I fix him with my most vicious glare until he scuttles off to the kitchen. It's about time that boy learned his place around here, and I'm done accommodating his bombastic attitude. He can toe the line or pack up as far as I'm concerned. I escort the Whitfields into the living room. Make yourselves comfortable. I'm just going to dash upstairs to check on your rooms. I'll be back in 2 ticks. I dash all right. I make the most cursory inspection of the guest rooms and zip back down. I sit on the couch next to Cheryl. Everything's all set. I hope the kids are all right with a room each to themselves. Our guest rooms are set up for 1 person each. If they don't want to sleep alone, we could move a few things around. That's all right, Cheryl replies in a much softer voice than I expect from her. I really appreciate you taking us in, Margaret. I guess we sort of overreacted to the situation. There really are good people in West End. You proved that tonight. I can understand why you wouldn't want to stay after everything that happened, I reply. No one deserves the treatment you've gotten. The people in this town really blew the whole witch thing out of proportion. I suppose we were partly to blame, she adds. We were never really a coven. It was stupid and asking for trouble to call ourselves one. Something like this was bound to happen sooner or later. Even so, that doesn't excuse what happened to you tonight. I just want you to know not everyone feels that way about you. It would be a shame for you to uproot your whole family over this. She casts a glance at her husband. We'll think about it for the next few days. We have to get the house repainted anyway, even if we do sell it. Maybe in that time we'll change our minds. I just want you to know we're really grateful to you for giving us the time to come to an intelligent decision about it, instead of flying off the handle like we were about to. It's perfectly understandable that you would want to leave. Oh, look, Zach's putting dinner on the table now. Come on, you must be hungry. I get busy setting out extra plates and chairs. 6 people, including 2 children, certainly make a different atmosphere in this house than just me and Zach by ourselves. He serves spaghetti with meatballs to everyone. It turns out to have been a great choice with children at the table. The kids slurp their noodles extra loudly. The noodles slap their cheeks and splatter sauce all over their faces until Zach laughs. Please excuse their behavior, Cheryl murmurs to me. There's nothing to excuse. I beam at the little boy. They're just being kids. It's wonderful to have them here. This old place was getting pretty stuffy with just the 2 of us. Joey stuffs 2 enormous meatballs into his mouth. He tucks them into his cheek pouches and makes faces until everyone laughs. Joey, Cheryl chides. I wipe tears out of my eyes. Then Emily puts a big wad of noodles into her mouth. She positions their ends under her top lip so they dangle down to her chin. She wags her head and moans like a monster. Zach puts 2 meatballs against his eyes and squints his eyelids closed to hold them in place. They look like disgusting eyeballs, and he makes hideous faces and groaning noises. The kids fall out of their chairs laughing. When Zach releases the meatballs into his plate, sauce smears across his eyelids. He chokes with laughter, wiping it off. Cheryl sniffs back tears. Don't encourage them. Their father hugs his ribs and doubles over with laughter. Please stop. It hurts too much. I can't stop laughing either. In a few seconds, the whole oppressive atmosphere of the murder case evaporates. I admire the shining faces around my table. We can all heal from the dread and tension straining this town to the breaking point. All it takes is a little laughter and a little kindness toward our fellow man. After much laughter and talk, dinner breaks up. Zach takes the kids upstairs, and their excited voices drift down the stairs for a long time before they fall silent. I finish putting the dishes in the sink and join Cheryl and Oscar in the living room. Zach will take care of the kids. They love him, Cheryl replies. Thank you again, Margaret. We really needed this. Don't mention it. Hopefully, once we put Jose Santiago's killer behind bars, all this magic stuff will blow over, and West End will go back to being the sleepy little hamlet by the sea. Have you had any luck? She asks. Do you have any leads on the killer? I shrug. A lot of loose ends, more like. I wouldn't want to reveal anything except what you already told me. I don't believe the killer was really from West End at all. No one in town had any really strong connection to him. I just can't believe a town this small could support so many murderers, she remarks. I always thought West End was safe. We've had 3 violent murders, one right after the other, and now this. It does seem odd, but you have to remember that only Roger Callahan was really from West End. Alan Harris was from out of town, and if you're right about Jose's murderer, they'll be from out of town too. I still have faith in West End, and I've gotten more threats since I moved here than in all the rest of my life combined. Yeah, but you've been all mixed up in these murder investigations, Cheryl points out. I don't mean to criticize you investigating murders, Margaret, but no one would have threatened you if you weren't involved. I cock my head to look at her. But like you said, no one would have threatened you either if you hadn't painted yourself as a coven. Surely you and your friends could have gotten together to complain about your husbands and your kids without pretending to be witches. She sighs. You're right. Maybe we should rethink our whole branding concept. I have to laugh. Maybe. I'll bring it up at the next meeting, but I don't know if the others will go for it. Some of them really like the mystique of calling ourselves a coven. They won't want to give that up. Besides, there are a select few who really are into magic. Well, see what they say. I'll tell you one thing, she goes on. If we decide to stay in West End, I won't continue as leader if they don't rebrand. I won't run the risk of this happening again. Some of those women are my closest friends, but all that witch stuff is too risky for me. If they want to get together and talk and share a few laughs, I'm all for it. I won't be the Grand High Vizier anymore. Someone else can take on that mantle. I don't blame you. I get to my feet. I'm going to hit the sack. Feel free to stay up as long as you want. Zach is working at the candy store tomorrow, so he'll be up early making breakfast. What time do your kids usually get up? They're usually up early, too, Cheryl replies. I take them to school at 8:30, and then we both go to work. I sleep in on my day off, I tell her. So if I don't see you in the morning, I'll catch up with you tomorrow evening. Good night, Margaret, Cheryl calls after me. Thank you again. Chapter 13. True to my word, I wake up to a completely silent house. Sunshine streams through my bedroom window, and I listen to the glorious sound of absolutely nothing. The wind whispers in the leaves outside. Other than that, I can hear my own breathing and nothing else. I lie in bed until well past 10:30 before I drag my sorry backside downstairs to fuel up with coffee. By noon, I start to feel human and ready to face the world. While I sip my coffee in the sunshine, I pull out my phone and check the map. I still have Fire Ridge Summer Camp entered in the search bar. I move the map around and study the route between the camp and West End. No matter which way I turn this murder case, I still can't get Tana Ness Scott out of my mind. Of all our suspects, she gave the flimsiest alibi to explain why she supposedly couldn't have left camp to sneak into town and kill Jose. I can't think of one good reason to believe her. First of all, she's a woman. She had extensive contact with the victim by virtue of being his son's teacher. She even made an appointment to see him outside of school time, ostensibly to discuss Michael's education, but that could have been a lie. The school is closed for the summer, so they didn't meet there. Jose was a hard-working family man, so I don't really see him driving up to the camp to meet her. That left one option. She must have come down from the camp to meet with him instead. He worked in Peterborough, but she would never have agreed to meet there. It was too far from the camp. That left West End. Where else would they have gone besides his house? It made logical sense. They made the appointment for the day before Jose's death, but that means nothing. I can just hear the phone or text conversation now.
Hi, Jose. I just found out I have to work Wednesday, and I won't have my day off until Thursday. Could we please postpone our meeting until then? I really appreciate it, and I hope this change doesn't inconvenience you too much.
No problem at all, Tana.
No, wait. That isn't right. Jose wouldn't want to encourage her to think of him outside a professional context. Revision.
No problem at all, Miss Ness Scott. I'll see you Thursday.
He didn't change the date on his calendar. Why should he, when he could just remember it? So, she came to his house with blueberry muffins, flowers, and another card to add to his growing collection of cards professing her love. He probably started out trying to be polite and guiding the conversation toward the subject of why Michael wouldn't be going to art school. He even ate one of the muffins to show his goodwill. She didn't keep to the subject, though. She insisted on pushing herself on him. She kept harping on how much she loved him and wanted more. He got mad, or at least frustrated, and threw the flowers and the cards in the trash. Somewhere in there, the poison started to act. Maybe he got delirious and lightheaded. He couldn't breathe. His vision started to blur. He struggled to pull himself together, but he wound up collapsing instead. Tana watched with cold detachment. She tried everything to make him love her. She tried her spells, but nothing would thaw his frozen heart. If he wouldn't love her, she would have to show him. She wouldn't be taken for a ride by anyone. When he fell over dead, she went to work. She created that fake ritual scene, dressed him in the robe, and positioned his body against the chair. She made sure every detail matched the model exactly. Then, she wiped out every trace of her presence and left. Of all the suspects and all the various clues involved in this case, only Tana matches. She's got motive, method, and opportunity. If I'm right, the camp will have a record that she had the day of Jose's death off from work. I only need one more piece of the puzzle. I have to prove she really could have left the camp and made it to West End in the time allotted, possibly on foot, since she claimed her car is in Peterborough. I put my coffee cup in the sink and put on my sturdy hiking boots. I start the stopwatch on my phone, slip it into my pocket, and set off. I track through town to the highway leading east. I follow it a mile before I break off to follow a stream rushing down from the mountains. I keep checking the satellite feed on my phone. I pick up a forgotten hiking trail winding up the mountain to the very pinnacle. From there, I can survey the whole valley beyond. Peterborough is nestled some distance away. I plunge into the forest and wind up at the fence bordering the Fire Ridge summer camp. I climb over a stile and make my way to the main camp area. I find Tana at the horse rink as before. She cocks an eyebrow at me.
"What are you doing back here?"
"I came to see you." I give her a bright smile.
"What do you want?"
"I just wanted to ask you some questions about Michael Santiago," I tell her. "You really took a shine to him, didn't you?"
"He's very talented, that's all."
"Still," I remark, "he must have been really talented for you to make an appointment to meet his father outside of school time to try to convince him to send Michael to art school. I bet you don't take that kind of effort with your other students."
"I would take that kind of effort with any student that showed as much promise as Michael did."
She inclines her head to level me with a piercing glare.
"What exactly are you trying to imply?"
I scan the camp. "Do you have internet coverage up here? I don't see any cell towers."
"What does that have to do with anything?"
she snaps. "I was just wondering, if you wanted to research something, say a book or some subject that interested you, you wouldn't be able to do it here. You would be completely cut off from the world. In a way, I suppose that's a good thing. It gives you a chance to disconnect from the world and recharge your batteries." She bends over the knot she's tying and mumbles under her breath.
"No, we don't have internet up here."
I nod. "Then you would have had to do all your research beforehand, wouldn't you? Is this your first time working at this camp, Tana?" She flashes me another withering scowl.
"Yes, it is."
The puzzle pieces start to fall into place. "Can I ask you a question?"
"Would you stop if I said no?"
I laugh, even though I don't see anything funny about this situation. "Probably not. Here's my question. Do you have any hobbies? Do you have any interests outside of teaching? I thought you might be really into art if you took such a personal connection in Michael's development, but I just wanted to ask you, how do you spend your free time? What really gets you going? What do you research on the internet? Maybe obscure books or exotic Southeast Asian plants?" Her head whips around, and a flash of recognition flickers in her eyes. The next minute, she buries it under a stoic veneer of indifference and even disdain.
"I don't have any hobbies."
"None at all?" I raise my eyebrows. I find that hard to believe. I don't know anybody who doesn't have at least one interest outside their career. It works to counteract the boredom and routine of working the same job year after year. Take me. I run a candy store, but in my free time, I like to investigate crimes. I didn't intend to. It just kind of happened by accident. That's why I keep poking around in Jose Santiago's murder case." She doesn't look at me again, but the damage is already done. I hit a sore point mentioning obscure books and exotic Asian plants. I don't have to come right out and accuse her point blank of practicing witchcraft. I understand her, and she understands me with perfect clarity. She researched Friar Paulino's recipes and herbarium and found out Horace Bentley had a copy at his bookstore. She must have applied to work as a counselor at Fire Ridge summer camp so she could get close enough to West End to steal the book and plant her love charms at Jose's house. Then she made a pretext to get herself invited there so she could poison him. I wait, but she doesn't say anything more. She makes a point of ignoring my presence. The more time I spend in her company, the more convinced I become that she's the killer. All I have to do is catch her in the act of leaving the camp and making it back to West End. I already proved a person on foot could do that in a few hours. I don't say goodbye to her. One of the horse-riding campers gets into difficulties when his horse kicked another in the ring. A skirmish breaks out between the two horses. The kids on board scream in fright, and Tana hops the fence to intervene. In the confusion, I drift backward, one step at a time, to the fence. I slip off into the trees, but I don't leave. I lurk in the foliage and watch from afar. What am I doing up here? Don't I have enough to pin the murder on her by now? For some reason, I keep hovering in the shadows, watching Tana work with the kids. The few times I can make out what she said, she sounds kind and encouraging. Maybe she really is a good teacher. Maybe she just let this magic obsession of hers go to her head. Maybe she got it into her head that Jose didn't have the right to turn her down because of her magic. Maybe she pinned all her hopes on the potion from the book, and she just couldn't accept when it didn't work. Stranger things have been known to happen. The sun goes down a lot earlier on the mountain than in town. Then again, maybe it only seems that way because the trees block the light. Tana and the kids put their horses in the barn. I skirt the camp to watch them go into the cafeteria for dinner. When they come out, they go to their cabins, one after another. Tana goes into the counselor's cabin. Darkness falls, and the air turns cold. I forgot to bring a jacket. Dang. Double, triple dang. I rub my arms and pace around to keep warm, but I don't want to make too much noise in case I give my position away. If Tana is going to make a move, she'll do it now. If she has that book, she'll try to destroy it, now that I revealed I know she has it. She'll slip out of the camp and lead me right to it. After a while, I get tired and hunker down. I draw my knees up to my chest and curl into a ball to wait. I kick myself for not leaving Zach a note. He might worry when I don't come home, but I didn't know then that I would be spending the night on the mountain. I just made the decision on the spur of the moment when Tana gave me that knowing look. I am about to text him, but then stop myself. He's been getting too bossy lately, trying to control everything I do and everywhere I go. If I text him, he'll text back and not leave me alone until I agree to come home right away. It won't hurt to let him stew for a bit. That, of course, means Zach will have to entertain the Whitfields alone. Not that I don't think he can handle it. He'll be fine with them. He can explain to them that I'm in the throes of a midlife crisis where I do all kinds of wild and crazy stuff without warning. A crash in the woods startles me out of my wits. I launch to my feet to tear down the mountain going 100 miles an hour and stop. A fluffy brown rabbit breaks cover under the scrub and bolts a dozen yards away. It halts to look back at me. Its ears twitch. Its whiskers bristle. Its little ribs flutter, panting for every tortured breath. I sink back into my hiding place. I can't go jumping at phantoms now, or I'll be a basket case in a matter of minutes. I'm not much different from that rabbit, ready to make a dash for it at the slightest noise. Just then, I hear a soft thump coming from the camp. I peek out of my hiding place to see a shadowy figure emerge from the counselor's cabin. My heart leaps into my throat. It's Tana. She surveys the woods on both sides. Silence envelops the mountains. Nothing moves. Nothing breathes, not even me. Then she sets off into the trees. She walks straight to the path and starts down it on a beeline for West End. Chapter 14. I drop my phone in my haste to get it out of my pocket. Thank the stars the screen blinks on, otherwise I would never find it in the dark. I have to fight to keep my emotions under control, and I have to make sure I keep enough distance behind Tana to stop her from realizing I'm following her. I send a panicked text to David. Tana Nescott is leaving Fire Ridge Camp right now. She's on her way to West End. She stole a rare book of love potions from Horace Bentley's store and tried to use one on Jose. I have the pouches of herbs she stashed in his mattress and in his t-shirt drawer. They match a spell from the book. I can prove she could have walked from camp to town in a few hours. She had an appointment to meet Jose, and his house is the most logical meeting place. I hope you get this. I think she's on her way to destroy the book to hide the evidence. I'll try to text you when I get closer to town. The screen brightness ruins my night vision. I have to turn the phone off and blink several times before I can see where I'm going. I have no way to tell if he gets the text or not. I'm flying completely blind without a net. In my haste to keep Tana in sight, I hurry up almost right behind her. I freak out when I see how close I actually get to her. I stagger back to put a safe distance between us when I see her veer sideways off the trail. When I get to the spot, I realize she's taken a side path into the bushes. I tiptoe down it with my blood pounding in my ears. At the end, I come to a tiny cabin tucked into the trees. A light switches on inside. Tana passes the window. This must be her hideaway. Of course she would have stashed her plant and her book and all her Jose trapping paraphernalia in one location, easily accessible to the planned murder site. I retrieve my phone, but I still can't tell whether David received my text. I tap out another one, along with a link to Google Maps of the cabin's location. Tana is in a cabin in the woods right outside West End. It's less than a mile from Jose's house. She must be keeping the book and the plant here. Please let me know if you received this. I don't know what I should do if she tries to destroy the book. I put my phone away and look around me in petrified horror. Is this what being a private investigator is all about? Hiding in the woods and freaking out? I really don't have a clue how to deal with this situation. I'm in way over my head. So this is what David tried to warn me about all these months, and I didn't listen. I can't tell if David got either of my messages. He has no idea what's going on with me. He doesn't know where I am. No one does. I'm sunk. I ought to turn around and beat it back to town where I belong. But one nagging thought makes me stay. If Tana is the killer, if she did keep all the evidence of her guilt in this cabin, only I can catch her in the act. No one else knows where she is either, and no one else possesses all the disparate pieces of the mystery. If anyone ever has a prayer of solving this case, I have to be the one, and it has to be now. While I dither about what I should do, Tana switches off the light and comes out of the house. She marches a few paces into the woods and squats down. I can't see what she's doing, but I never doubt she's about to destroy the book. I take a step forward to stop her. Then I think better of it and stumble back. In my panic to make up my mind, I step on a dry twig. It splits with a loud snap that echoes far and wide. Tana's head shoots up. I can't see her eyes in the dark, but I stare at her in stark terror for my life. Then I scramble to my feet and dive into the trees. I lose my path in the floundering hurry to get away. but she knows exactly where she is. Her footsteps crash through the forest, coming closer all the time. I wheeze for breath and plunge right and left. I try to run toward the highway. It isn't far away, but I get turned around, so I don't know which way to go. All at once, a thunderous weight plows into me from behind. I pitch flat on my face in the dry leaves and musty soil. Powerful hands flip me over, and I come face to face with Tana. She glares down at me from on high. The moon lights up her features, turned black with menace. "You!" I struggle to get away, but she wrestles me down flat. I make a wild kick to propel her off me. She topples sideways, with her thighs still straddling me. I make a dive to slither out, but she grabs a huge rock nearby and raises it above her head. My life flashes before my eyes. What did I have to go solving crimes for? Why couldn't I be satisfied with my humble candy store existence? I should have known getting too big for my britches would lead me to a sticky end. I raise my arms in front of my face in a pathetic attempt to protect myself, but I already know it's hopeless. Tana's mouth twists into a hideous mask of murderous fury. All her muscles tense to smash me to smithereens. At that moment, something whizzes past my face. A blazing white light lights up the night and dispels all the shadows. The next instant, I stare in mute shock as David Graham lands on top of Tana and flips her over onto her stomach.
"Get down on the ground, hands behind your head. You're under arrest for the murder of Jose Santiago and the attempted murder of Margaret Nichols."
I hardly dare believe my eyes. My heart won't quiet down, and a sick feeling creeps into my stomach now that it's all over. David rears up with his knees planted on either side of Tana's back. He wrenches her arms behind her back and handcuffs her. Police officers flood the area and set up their spotlights around the cabin. David manhandles Tana to her feet and hands her over to one of the other officers. He comes to my side, panting hard.
"Are you okay?"
I nod, still too shocked to speak.
"I got your text. I tried to reply, but it said no service. I got here as quick as I could. Did she destroy the book?"
I swallow hard. Not that I saw, but she was inside the cabin for a few minutes, so I don't know what she did in there.
"Over here,"
someone calls. We return to the cabin, where one of the officers crouches over something on the ground. His flashlight illuminates a can of gasoline and a lighter resting in the dirt.
"You idiots!"
Tana splutters.
"You'll never pin this on me!"
David saunters to her side. He sticks his hand into her back jeans pocket and pulls out an old leather-bound book.
"This should help."
Tana snarls. She yanks ineffectually at her handcuffs and tries to shrug off the officer's grip. She glares daggers at everyone she sees. A plainclothes detective comes up to David.
"You were right. She's got 4 of those plants inside. They match the description you gave us, and one of them is sitting on the kitchen counter with most of its leaves cut off."
David turns to Tana.
"Do yourself a favor and just admit you killed him."
"Of course I killed him,"
she spits.
"I would have killed him a dozen times over if he wasn't already dead. He had no reason on earth to turn me down. I was closer to his own son than he was, and he didn't give a fig about his son's education. When I tried to suggest he send Michael to art school, he told me to mind my own business. Then he tried to accuse me of using Michael as a pretext to rope him into some sort of sexual arrangement. He fell short of flat out calling me a prostitute.
So you propositioned him, I say.
Propositioned him? She snorts. Is that what you call it? I was in love with him. He would have been so much better off with me than he was on his own, but he was too stubborn and pig-headed to realize that. He was a filthy, pig-headed man, just like all men. He deserved to die.
David chuckles to himself, and a few of the other officers suppress grins.
We may be stubborn and pig-headed, but we don't go around killing people who reject us.
What about Horace Bentley? I ask. He doesn't strike me as stubborn or pig-headed, and he never did anything to deserve you stealing a valuable book from his store. She huffs to herself and jerks her head away.
It doesn't matter, David tells me. We have enough to hold her for murder and attempted murder. That's enough to keep her occupied for a long time.
He slices his finger at his fellow officers.
Get her out of here.
After they march Tana away, David sidles over to me. He keeps his voice low so no one can hear him but me.
Are you sure you're all right? You had me worried.
I'm okay. I press my hand to my forehead. Now that the excitement has died down, the full weight of dread and fear of death hits me like a ton of bricks. I can't stop my voice shaking. I'm just so grateful that you showed up when you did. I don't know what I would have done if you didn't. I press my lips together to stop them trembling. He slips his arm around my shoulders, and I was never so glad to huddle in the protective warmth of his chest. He kisses me on the forehead and murmurs into my hair.
Don't tell Tana you were grateful to see a stubborn, pig-headed man like me.
I try to hold back my laughter, but it bubbles out against my will. I bury my eyes in his shirt and laugh all the tension out of my bones. You are one of the more stubborn and pig-headed ones I've ever met.
And that's what makes me so lovable, right?
I look up to find his eyes shining. All at once, this subject turns deadly serious. That's right. This time, he bends down and kisses me on the lips. He lets his mouth linger on mine, and the rest of the world. The officers racing around securing the scene, the forest buzzing with night noises. They all disappear. When he straightens up, he isn't smiling anymore. His eyes glow, and his cheeks radiate light in the dim shadows.
That's what makes you so lovable, too. I guess that makes us perfect for each other, so we can be stubborn and pig-headed together. What do you say?
Sounds perfect to me. He wraps his arm around me again.
Come on. I'll drive you home before Zach decides to ground me.
We laugh all the way to the highway, where he opens the squad car door and shuts it for me. I put on my seatbelt and sink into a pool of blessed safety, now that no one is trying to kill me or anybody else in this town. David gets into the driver's seat and motors into town. West End lies under a blanket of slumber. Hardly any of the houses and none of the buildings on Main Street show any sign of activity or even a light in the window. I can't say the same for my house. Every light in the place beams warmth and activity to the dark night. Figures flash across the panes, and their long shadows flit across the lawn.
It looks like they're waiting up for you, David remarks. I'll see you tomorrow. Sleep well.
Good night. I lean across the seat and kiss him again. Thank you again for tonight.
I should be thanking you for doing my job for me. Margaret Nichols strikes again. You caught the killer, Signed, sealed, and delivered. Along with all the pertinent evidence conveniently gathered in one spot. Who could ask for more than that? Maybe you really should become a PI. You were born for this stuff.
I give him a playful swat on the arm. Don't start that again. We can talk about this another time. See you later. I get out and wave to him from the porch. He drives away, and I turn my weary tread toward the house. When I open the door and slip into the entry, voices accost me from all sides. Shrieks and peals of laughter echo down the stairs. While I stand there, the two children tumble down almost on top of me, with Zach in hot pursuit. He growls and bares his teeth in animalistic glee. The three of them don't look sideways at me before they tear off somewhere else. Cheryl's voice drifts out of the kitchen, calling to her husband, who peruses the books on my bookshelf in the living room. I catch the tail end of their conversation. If that's the way you feel, why don't you look into licensing as an independent contractor? I'm sure you can find plenty of independent work online, or you could set up your own web service. You could be doing the same work and be your own boss.
I didn't think of that, Oscar replies. Oh, hello, Margaret. I didn't hear you come in.
How are you all doing? I'm sorry I sort of disappeared tonight. I hope you don't think I was neglecting you as guests.
Not at all, he replies. Zach cooked us a wonderful dinner, and we've been occupying ourselves since then. We wondered where you were, but I can assure you no one felt the slightest bit neglected. On the contrary.
Cheryl meanders into the hall, drying her hands with a dishcloth.
There you are, Margaret. Where have you been?
I beam at her. Good news, Cheryl. We caught Jose Santiago's killer, and she was no one from your coven. She's not even from West End. Cheryl's eyebrows fly up. Who is she? She's a school teacher from Peterborough. She's Michael Santiago's art teacher. She fell in love with Jose and got her nose bent when he didn't return her feelings. She fabricated the murder scene to throw suspicion on the coven, and she used the town's anxiety to cover up her own activities. That's what made everyone so jumpy about the coven in the first place. Thank heaven, she breathes. I can't tell you how much not knowing weighed on my mind. I truly hoped it wasn't someone from my group. I squeeze her shoulder. I could tell. You've been really tense since it happened. I knew all your friends were innocent, and now everyone else will know it too. She cocks her head and studies me with those searching eyes of hers. Tell me one thing. When you say we caught Jose's killer, you really mean you caught him, don't you? I blush and look away. I can't stop shuffling my feet. Well, not really. I had some help from a few people. You can admit it, Margaret, Oscar adds. We all know you're a crackerjack investigator. I deflect the praise by addressing Cheryl. You gave me the most important clue when you pointed out the killer couldn't have been anyone from West End. I never could have solved the case without that. Detective work is a team effort. No one person can do it alone. Her face lights up like I've never seen before. She bestows a broad smile on me that speaks volumes of buried happiness and friendship under that tough exterior. She inclines her head back to the kitchen. When I follow her there, she returns to the sink full of soapy water. We saved your dinner for you. It's in the oven. I retrieve a plate loaded with meatloaf, steamed broccoli, and mashed yams. I lean against the counter and eat while she finishes the dishes. This is just like having a real family around, and I like the sensation. I especially like the sound of so many voices in the house. So, what's this I hear about Oscar becoming his own boss? She flashes me a glowing grin over her shoulder. We were just talking about the future. There's no high school in West End, so if we decided to stay, we would have to commute to take the kids to school. That's one of the reasons we were talking about moving, even before all this harassment started. Oscar doesn't want to work in Peterborough. He's already stressed out enough working in an office without a 20-minute commute with 2 teenagers in the car. Besides, he'd have to leave work early to pick them up every day, and most employers would not be cool with that. That's why I suggested going out on his own as an independent contractor. He could make a decent living working from home. Good idea. Does that mean you're planning to stay? She shows all her teeth, smiling again. I can barely believe she's smiling so much. She looks like a completely different person. She is a completely different person, now that the shadow of a murder no longer haunts the organization of which she is the designated leader. Let's just say we're thinking about it, she tells me. You made us think about it, Margaret. I hesitated to say you changed our minds, but if we do change our minds, it will be thanks to you. You proved to us that West End is still a good place with good people in it. We love West End. It's our home, and we never wanted to leave. We just never wanted people vandalizing our house and harassing our kids in school. We never wanted anybody looking at us sideways and thinking the worst of us. Of course you didn't, I exclaim. No one wants that, and you would have no reason to stay in West End with those things going on. I hope it all dries up, now that the murderer is behind bars. The murderer is behind bars because you believed in us, Margaret. You defended us when no one else would, and you kept searching for the killer until you found her. If all this harassment does dry up, it will be because you kept your head when all around you were losing theirs. My cheeks flush, and I lower my eyes to my plate. It was the least I could do. Chapter 15. I pat Michael Santiago on both shoulders. Are you sure you have everything you need? I'm sure, he replies. You can stop asking me that. I do my best to keep my face from twisting the wrong way. One part of me wants to laugh, and the other wants to cry now that I'm losing him. I can't help it. I'm a mother. It's all right, he tells me. It was kind of nice having a mother around to nag me all the time. I keep one hand on his shoulder and walk him outside. A cab waits at the curb. I don't need to ask if he has all his luggage packed. I helped him and Kyle put it in the trunk. The driver opens the door for him, but Michael hesitates to get in. He takes a long, lingering look around West End. I'm kind of sorry to be leaving this place. It's a good place. I sort of wish I had a chance to live here longer. You can always come back, I tell him. You'll have vacations and holiday weekends off from art school. You're always welcome here. You know that. West End will always be your home. Thanks. He coughs to hide his emotions. Thank you for handling the sale of the house. I couldn't have done it. You're still a kid, I remind him. There are some things you shouldn't have to handle yet, and since I'm standing in as your mother, I might as well do that too. The good news is, you'll never have to worry about paying for art school. You won't be graduating with a cloud of debt hanging over your head either, and you'll never have to set foot in that house again. By the time you come back for your first visit, some other family will be living in it. They'll transform it and make it fresh and clean again. He nods and whispers, I hope so. Go on, I tell him. Get out of here. You've got the rest of your life waiting for you. He lunges forward and kisses me on the cheek. Then he dives into the cab, and the driver slams the door. In a few seconds, the car carries him out of West End toward the life waiting for him. My eyes mist over watching him go. I only got to mother him for a little while, but now I'll miss him for the rest of my life. I wish now I could have done more to help him when I had the chance. I drift back into the candy store. Cheryl Whitfield meets me at the counter. "We'll take off too. We'll stop hanging around like jobless bums and get back to our own life." I hug her. I never thought I would live to see the day when I said those words, but now it's happening. I hug Cheryl Whitfield, and when I push her back, she smiles at me with that glorious, shining countenance. "Thank you, Margaret. Thank you for everything." "Any time," I tell her. "I'm just glad it all worked out for you guys. I hope you won't be strangers. You should come over for dinner again. We'd love to have you." "We'd love that too," she replies. "And you and Zach have to come over to our house too." "That would be great. I'm sure we'll see you guys around a lot." She turns to her side. Zach stands a few feet away, with Joey sitting on his shoulders. Emily leans against Zach's side, with her arm around his middle. "Come on, munchkins." Cheryl claps her hands. "Let's go home." Zach swings Joey off his shoulders and sets his feet on the ground. "See you around, rascals." Emily clings to him.
Aw, Mom, can't we stay just a little longer?"
"No, we can't," Cheryl returns. "Zach has work to do, and tomorrow's a school day. Come on, let's go. You can see Zach again when you come to buy candy." "But you never let us buy candy," Joey moans. Cheryl bites back laughter while she herds them onto the sidewalk. "Well, maybe we'll have to change that. See you around, Margaret. Take it easy, Zach." We all wave while they walk away out of sight, on the way back to their own house. Oscar hired Kyle Davidson to repaint the front of their house while they stayed with me and Zach, so they'll find their house graffiti-free and waiting for them. After they leave, Zach drifts to my side and hugs me around the shoulders. That's my good old mom, making the world safe for democracy. I elbow him in the ribs. "Cut it out. You're starting to sound like David." He kisses the side of my head. "Maybe there's a reason for that. I'm proud of you, Mom." "You have no reason to be proud of me. Solving the murder case was more of a fluke than anything else." "I'm not talking about the murder case," he replies. "I'm talking about all of it. The Whitfields, helping Michael, all of it. You're an angel, Mom, and I'm not biased just because I'm your son. You ask anyone around here, they'll tell you the same thing." I kick an imaginary dust speck on the floor. "I'm not going to ask anyone. That's because you know it's true." He walks behind the counter and starts fiddling with the till. That's my cue. We have a business to run here, and all this hugging and kissing and blowing sunshine up each other's pants isn't getting it done. I grab my inventory book and turn away toward the stockroom when I hear what sounds like a flock of sheep coming down Main Street. I check through the window and see dozens of women and children trooping up the sidewalk. They laugh and shout. The kids dart into the street, only to be pulled back by their mothers. I have time to recognize a few faces from the coven before they all flood into the candy store. The kids go wild at the sight of so much candy. I throw up both hands in mock dismay. Hold on a second here. You can't all want to buy candy. Stacy Kuntz shoulders her way through the crowd. Her rosy apple cheeks shine brighter than ever. "We're not here to buy anything, Margaret.
We're here to give you something to show our appreciation for all you've done for us.
Stacy? I exclaim. I didn't know you were in the coven. I didn't see you at Cheryl's that night.
I had a meeting with the cafe's lawyer that night, she tells me. Otherwise, I never miss a meeting. That's why, when Cheryl said she was quitting as Grand High Vizier, I decided to step into the breach and take the helm, so to speak.
She laughed at herself.
Anyway, we're here to celebrate you, and we brought a few tokens of our appreciation.
You didn't have to do that. She waves her hand, and 2 little girls come forward. Each holds the corner of a square sheet of paper, and they tug it back and forth between them. They both try to pull it closer to themselves. When they get close enough, I see scribbles in crayon decorating the sheet. Trees, flowers, rainbows, and stick figures of little girls in dresses adorn the page. The children stumble up in front of me, not watching where they're going. They glare at each other until one gives an especially vicious jerk and rips the corner off. Stacy smacks her lips. Another woman plunges forward and catches the child by the sleeve.
Maddie, I told you not to fight with your sister.
I try to smooth the matter over. That's okay. I'm sure it's still good, whatever it is. What is it, by the way?
It's a gift voucher for our services.
Stacy removes the paper from the girl's hands and holds it out to me.
This voucher entitles you to 1 magical spell of your choice. All you have to do is present this voucher at one of our meetings and tell us which spell you want cast and who you want it cast upon, and we'll do the rest.
I fight down the urge to drop the paper straight into the wastepaper basket, but Stacy clasps her hands and beams with such pride and goodwill that I can't bring myself to do it. All the other women and kids stare up at me in rapt attention, watching to see what I'll do.
Well, I stammer. That is certainly a very useful gift. Thank you all so much. I can't tell you how much I appreciate it. No, I certainly can't tell them how much I appreciate it, or they'll all get their feelings hurt.
Stacy steers an older woman with graying hair out of the crowd. She pushes the poor creature toward me.
Phyllis here is a fortune teller. She reads palms and can foresee the future by reading tea leaves. We're also offering you a complimentary reading at a convenient time to you. But we didn't have time to make up an actual voucher. You'll just have to tell her when you want to do the reading. But she's retired, so you can do it any time.
She finished by clapping her hands and bubbling with nervous laughter again.
That should be a big help in your next murder investigation, don't you think?
I blink back and forth at them in a fluster at what to say. It would be a big help, but let's all hope there are no more murders in West End.
Of course.
Stacy flaps her hand at me.
Right. Well, that's all we really came to say.
A little boy tugs her sleeve. He makes wild gestures with his hands until she bends her ear close to his mouth. He whispers something, and she rockets up with a strangled cry.
Of course! How forgetful of me! Thank you for reminding me.
She turns one way and then the other.
Who's got the...
Another boy of about 10 shuffles out of the back. He shrugs and drags his feet with all the signs of doing something distasteful to himself. He thrusts a package wrapped in gift paper into my hand. The younger kids bounce around me.
Open it, Margaret! Open it!
How can I argue with that? I rip off the paper and find a doll inside with a withered apple head. Its wispy brown hair surrounds a smiling face. It wears blue jeans stitched out of denim and a brown plaid shirt. It holds a magnifying glass in one hand. I look up from the doll to find everyone staring at me. They hold their breath, waiting for my reaction. I rummage in my mind for something appropriate to say, but I cannot for the life of me think of anything. Is this someone I know? The kids explode in rapid chattering, so I can't understand a word. They leap and skip and frolic around me in mad ecstasy. Stacy yells over the noise.
It's a good luck charm for your investigations, although it doesn't seem like you really need it. We just wanted to do something nice for you.
I smile at everyone in genuine appreciation. I might not use their gift voucher for the magical spell of my choice, but their heartfelt gifts still touch my heart. Thank you so much. These mean the world to me. Stacy draws herself up and takes a deep breath.
And this is from me. I hope you like it.
She takes a square folded piece of paper out of her pocket and hands it to me. I unfold it and find a pile of brown seeds.
I know you like to garden,
Stacy tells me.
These are calendula seeds. The flowers have healing properties, and you can even use the petals in salads. They're bright orange, so they're very high in antioxidants. Besides, they're beautiful, and they keep blooming all summer long.
Thank you. I breathe, glad to receive a gift I can actually use. I love calendula.
It's just my little way of showing you how happy I am to have you as my neighbor,
Stacy tells me.
It was a lucky day that you moved to West End.
I sweep the faces around me. No one laughs. Everyone gazes back at me with the same admiration and goodwill. It was truly a lucky day for me when I moved to West End, too. I never expected to find a home amongst these people, and every month brought us all closer together. My heart sunk its roots into this town until I can't imagine myself ever leaving. Zach studies me over the children's heads. His expression tells me the same thing he tried to tell me before. All these people love me, and I love them. Stacy jerks around and claps her hands. She calls over her troops like a general.
All right, gang, let's get out of here and let these people get back to their business.
Rounding everybody up takes a lot longer than getting them into the store in the first place. The children especially take considerable convincing to pry them away from the counter, where they glue their noses to the glass and gawk at the rows of boxes and tins and bright colors. The mother in me wants to dive in and start cracking the whip to get them moving, but another part of me holds back. I don't want them to leave. It isn't the admiration I crave. Their praise and well wishes make me uncomfortable because I still can't grasp the fact that I have, in fact, solved 3 murder cases in this town. No, I thirst for their company, their conversation, their shared camaraderie as neighbors and fellow citizens. My heart sinks when the women finally manage to corral all the children out the door and down the sidewalk. Everyone waves and calls goodbye until the very last pigtail flutters around the happy-go-lucky cafe. I stand there with the voucher in one hand and the apple doll of myself in the other, but no amount of staring can bring the people back. The world rings hollow and empty without them in it, just like my house looms solitary and deserted now that Cheryl, Oscar, Joey, and Emily have moved back to their own home. Zach appears at my elbow. Are you okay, Mom? At that moment, a police cruiser rolls past my vision. David Graham turns at the wheel, and our eyes meet across Main Street. He smiles and waves before he disappears. I take a deep breath. Yes, everything's fine. Everything is just fine. I turn and walk back to my office. I shut the door behind me so I'll be completely alone with my thoughts. First, I inspect the apple doll. I scrutinize the wrinkled face, the twinkling eyes, the rounded cheeks, and the cheerful expression. Is that what I really look like? Is that what people in this town see when they look at me? All at once, I can't hold back my emotions anymore. I clamp my eyes shut, cover my face with my hand, and burst into silent laughter. My shoulders shake and my ribs ache, holding back the irrepressible giggles over the sight of that doll. Dear Lord in heaven, what is my life coming to? When I finish laughing myself out, I slide open my desk drawer and drop the doll into it. I plan to look at that thing once a year, maybe on my birthday, just to give myself a good laugh. Then I look at the voucher. The grainy crayon drawing vibrates with color and youthful enthusiasm. The figures present a picture of harmony and happiness. Who knew you could get a gift voucher for the magical spell of your choice? I let it drift into the drawer on top of the doll. I stare down at that voucher for a long time. Then I slide the drawer closed and go back to my work. I'll never use that voucher. I know that with an absolute certainty to the very marrow of my being. But it sure is nice to know they were thinking of me when they gave it to me. This has been The Sweets of Doom by Wendy Meadows, narrated by Lily Jane.